We are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for Tuesday, March 21st, 2023. I am Stephen Nelson, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9 o'clock a.m. There are 3 cases on the docket today. I'm going to consolidate all 3 cases for hearing purposes, and the records in the cases will be consolidated. However, the Commission may still issue separate orders in these cases. I'm going to allow the applicant to present its entire case in these matters, and after that, I will invite anyone else who is present today and wishes to testify to come forward and provide testimony. There is a sign-up sheet for the people present in the hearing room today. After the applicant finishes presenting its case, I will be calling names in order from the sign-up sheet. You must appear at the time you are called, or you will be moved to the end of the list. I will call the cases now. Case number 29888. Application of Blue Flint Sequester Company, LLC, requesting consideration for the geologic storage of carbon dioxide in the Broom Creek Formation from the Blue Flint Ethanol Facility in the storage facility located in sections 11, 12, 13, 14, and 24, Township 145 North, Range 83 West, and sections 6, 7, 8, 17, 18, and 19, Township 145 North, Range 82 West, McLean County, North Dakota, pursuant to North Dakota Administrative Code, Section 430501. With additional information on the DMR website. Case number 29889. A motion of the Commission to consider the amalgamation of the storage reservoir pore space, in which the Commission may require that the pore space owned by non-consenting owners be included in the geologic storage facility and subject to geologic storage as required to operate the Blue Flint Sequester Company, LLC storage facility located in sections 11, 12, 13, 14, and 24, Township 145 North, Range 83 West, and sections 6, 7, 8, 17, 18, and 19, Township 145 North, Range 82 West, McLean County, North Dakota, in the Broom Creek Formation pursuant to North Dakota Century Code, Section 382210. Case number 29890. A motion of the Commission to determine the amount of financial responsibility for the geologic storage of carbon dioxide from the Blue Flint Ethanol Facility in the storage facility located in sections 11, 12, 13, 14, and 24, Township 145 North, Range 83 West, and sections 6, 7, 8, 17, 18, and 19, Township 145 North, Range 82 West, McLean County, North Dakota, in the Broom Creek Formation pursuant to North Dakota Administrative Code, Section 43050109.1. Will the applicant's attorney and representatives please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota. And I'm appearing in these consolidated matters on behalf of Blue Flint Sequester Company, LLC, and Blue Flint intends to call 6 witnesses in this matter.
And I guess, how do you want to do swearing? Do you want to swear them all in at once, or?
Mr. Examiner, in the past, you've sworn all the witnesses in at the same time, and I think that expedites the process, and I'm all for that.
I do as well. And so do we have them all present here
Yes.
today? All right. So please raise your right hand for everyone that's going to be testifying. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief? I do. All right. And if you're going to be testifying, please make sure your microphones are all on.
Yeah. And to turn the microphone on, there's a button in the center, and then a green light will come on. There you go. One other matter, Mr. Examiner, in the past, once again, to expedite the process, what you have done is we've grouped the witnesses in terms of asking and answering questions. We would propose that as well. And for the first group, we would propose the individuals who are going to testify as to sections 1 and 2 of the application, and that's going to be Adam Dunlop and Amanda Livers Douglas. I would just also point out, Mr. Examiner, that this is the application. It's very voluminous. We do not intend to go through every item that's in the application. The purpose, in our view, for the hearing process is for us to provide a summary for the commission staff and members of the public that are present, and provide the staff with an opportunity to ask questions. So with that in mind, we would call our first witness.
All right. Please call your first witness.
Thank you. First witness is Adam Dunlop.
Good morning.
Adam, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Adam Dunlop.
And by whom are you employed?
I work for Midwest Ag Energy Group.
In what capacity?
I'm the Executive Vice President of Low Carbon Initiatives.
And can you briefly describe for the commission staff your educational background and work experience?
Sure. Education, I've got a BA in biology and chemistry, I've got a master's degree in environmental management. I've worked for consulting and engineering firms and started out working for Blue Flint Ethanol in 2006 and in various capacities up to the role that I'm in now.
Okay, and I believe you said you were employed by Midwest Ag Energy. Can you briefly describe for the commission staff what the relationship is between Midwest Ag Energy and the applicant Blue Flint Sequester Company, LLC?
Sure. So Blue Flint Sequester Company and Midwest Ag Energy are both subsidiaries of a company called Harvestone Low Carbon Partners. So it's a little bit confusing. Our application came in on behalf of Blue Flint Sequester Co., which at the time was a subsidiary of Midwest Ag. Now Midwest Ag is a subsidiary of Harvestone Low Carbon Partners. So all of the entities that we're going to be talking about today are underneath that umbrella as subsidiaries of Harvestone Low Carbon Partners.
And with respect to the application, it concerns CO2 that's going to be produced or is being produced from the Blue Flint ethanol plant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's located in Underwood, North Dakota?
Correct.
Okay. Could you briefly describe for us how long the ethanol plant has been in operation?
Sure. Blue Flint commenced operations in 2007. It was a Fagen-built ICM designed plant, originally designed at a 50 million gallon per year capacity. Today it's operating at about a 72 million gallon per year capacity. The plant is unique in that it was the first ever co-located, directly integrated facility. So the Blue Flint facility took the steam off the backside of the turbine at Coal Creek Station and used that for its thermal energy. And that was kind of the basis of the production of the facility, in addition to the 72 million gallons of ethanol that we produce. We produce distillers' grains that goes into livestock feed, corn oil that goes into renewable or biodiesel.
And who operates the ethanol plant?
Blue Flint Ethanol, LLC.
And at a very high level, Adam, can you explain for the commission staff what the objective is of this application that's before the commission today?
The objective before the commission today is to advance Blue Flint Sequester Company's application to conduct storage operations for the CO2 produced at the Blue Flint ethanol facility.
And why is Blue Flint pursuing this application?
Because of Blue Flint's integrated capacity with Coal Creek Station, we've been a party to producing low carbon fuels for quite some time. We have pathways into the places in the world that value low carbon fuel, and we understand how to monetize that. When you look at ethanol production across the country, we're very good at what we do, and typically there's an oversupplied market of ethanol versus the demand that's out there. So one of the ways that we can differentiate our business is to produce a lower carbon product than our competitors can do. And so trying to piggyback the carbon storage project alongside the combined heat and power carbon advantage has been, I think, transformative to the future of our business and enables us to compete in a commodity-based market. Blue Flint purchases corn from several hundred corn producers in McLean County and the surrounding area. I think if you look at the financial impact that the Blue Flint plant has on the community, there's lots of different ways to look at it, but in short, there's a basis improvement to the price that corn farmers get for their crop when there's an end user in the area. Blue Flint is the end user in McLean County and the surrounding area. That equates to it varies every year, but for big, huge round numbers, 40 cents a bushel extra that producers are getting because we've got demand in the local area. 25 million bushels of corn ground each year, 40 cents, that's $10 million to the local economy. So we believe that we want to advance this project for the financial well-being of our assets, but also for the surrounding community and keeping a market open for those corn producers.
Okay, Adam, let's switch gears here a little bit and talk a little bit about construction and operation of the project. Can you once again briefly at a very high level describe for us the proposed plan of construction and operations for the storage facility?
Sure. So the plan is to put in a liquefaction plant, which would be inside the Blue Flint ethanol structure, which would capture, compress, and dehydrate the CO2 off of the fermenters and transport that via a 3-mile flex steel flow line to the injection well location where we would safely and permanently store the CO2 in the Broom Creek Formation.
And how much CO2 is the project designed to capture if this permit is granted?
The design is flexible for the facility. So CO2 production can be variable depending on how the ethanol plant is operating. I started the testimony talking about Blue Flint was designed as a 50 million gallon per year plant, today producing at 72 million gallon per year rate. As corn genetics change, we've gotten a lot more corn grown in the local area. And we're looking at advancements and improvements in our facility that are going to help us maximize the fermentation process. So again, big, huge round numbers. If you bring in a bushel of corn, about a third of that goes into ethanol through the conversion process. A third of it would go into ethanol, or a third of it would go into distillers grains, and about a third of that would go into CO2. And so as we get better at fermenting the starch in the corn, we can produce more ethanol and we can produce more CO2. So therefore, I'm trying to get to there's potential variability in the production. So the application in front of you and the modeling was done at around 200,000 metric tons per year of CO2 production, but we believe that you could be 10% above or below that value due to variability in the ethanol production process, as well as variability in the on-stream time for the assets. At any point, we wouldn't see producing over 220,000 metric tons per year, so that would be the top bandwidth.
And as you sit here today, what is your estimate of the cost of constructing this project if the commission approves it?
We estimate construction costs for the liquefaction plant, the flow line, and the completion of the well and monitoring wells at $56.2 million.
Sorry, can you say that again?
$56.2 million.
Let's talk a little bit about the CO2 itself after it's extracted from the fermentation process. What happens next?
So we'll capture the CO2 directly off of a wet gas scrubber. So the CO2 that we're producing today is scrubbed and then released to atmosphere. At that point, we'll capture it and send it into the liquefaction plant where it will be dehydrated, and we'll have a distillation column so to release any non-condensables, and ultimately we'll end up with 99.9% pure CO2 in a liquefied form, which would be around 1,760 psi into the flow line.
And once the project is commenced, how long will it take to finish the project?
We've started purchasing long lead time equipment. We've commenced construction. We anticipate this project could be online by Q3 of 2023.
Now, let's talk a little bit about what sort of notice was given for this hearing. To the best of your knowledge and belief, was notice of this hearing provided to each mineral lessee, mineral owner, pore space owner, and landowner within the storage reservoir and within 1/2 mile of the storage reservoir?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, was notice to each mineral lessee, mineral owner, pore space owner, and landowner provided by being mailed via certified mail and return receipt requested that notice?
That's correct. We sent out 400 mailings.
And has Blue Flint developed a storage agreement that will govern certain operations within the storage facility?
Yes.
Okay. And has Blue Flint submitted that storage agreement to the commission?
Yes.
Does Exhibit A to the storage agreement consist of a map that shows the storage area or outlines the storage area?
Yes, it does.
And does Exhibit B to the storage agreement show the pore space ownership within the storage reservoir?
That's correct.
And does Exhibit C to the storage agreement basically, is it a track participation schedule for the storage area?
Yes,
And what I mean by tract participation, it would say tract one consists of blank percent of the area within the storage area. Is that how you understand it?
yes, that's correct.
Okay. And does Exhibit D constitute a form of pore space lease that was used for all pore space owners in the storage area who have executed a lease?
Yes,
So in other words, you took one template of a lease and used it for all the owners in the storage area,
that's correct. We want it to be uniform.
okay? And that would be for all of the owners who signed.
Correct.
Does the pore space lease and the foreign pore space lease, does it contain a provision that allows for amalgamation?
Yes, it does.
And can you just briefly explain what amalgamation is?
Amalgamation is the process by which, once you've obtained 60% of pore space via the process, that you can amalgamate or incorporate the balance of it into the project.
Okay. And in your opinion, does the pore space lease contain fair, reasonable, and equitable terms for pore space owners to be compensated for the use of their pore space?
We believe it does.
Bethany, I gave you some additional exhibits, an Exhibit 2 and an Exhibit 3. I neglected to ask you to pass those out. I wonder if you could just pass those out now, particularly Exhibit 2. And Adam, while that's being passed out, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 2. Do you have a copy in front of you?
I do.
Okay, let's wait till staff has a copy, and then I'll ask a few questions for you. Okay, Adam, let's turn to what's been previously marked as Exhibit 2. And is that a spreadsheet that reflects the individuals and entities that have executed pore space leases within the storage area?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and what is the percentage of owners who have executed pore space leases?
91.3%. So of the 4,953 acres, we've secured 4,524 approximately.
Okay. And there is on this Exhibit B a few owners who have not executed pore space leases, approximately 9% or a little bit less than 9%. What's the situation with those? Has Blue Flint given up on having these owners execute pore space leases?
We continue to engage and pursue agreements. There's an entity on here that I believe we'll reach an agreement with. We just haven't gotten the contract executed yet, and we intend to continue working with the others to try to secure their pore space as well. We've made multiple efforts to do so.
What efforts has Blue, just briefly, I don't expect you to list for us every phone call, every correspondence that you've had with owners who have not executed, but can you briefly describe for the commission, so the commission has a bit of an idea, what Blue Flint has done in terms of attempting to acquire pore space leases from all of the owners?
Yes, so we've got land agents who are trying to secure the pore space agreements for us, and they've had multiple outreach efforts to everybody on the list, whether that would be phone calls, face-to-face meetings, letters, emails, text messages. However, I guess they believe they could get the best response from the folks on the other end of the deal. We've done public outreach events and informed on the project throughout the project. Along the way, for the 4 years of data collection that we've been doing, we've been trying to keep the local commission and landowners appraised of the project as well.
Okay. And then finally, Adam, in your opinion, has Blue Flint made a good faith effort to get consent of all persons who own pore space in the reservoir area, or the storage area, excuse me?
Yes, again, we've made multiple efforts to communicate with pore space owners throughout the development of the project.
That's all the questions I have for this witness. And Mr. Examiner, if we proceed along the lines that I suggested, we'll be calling one more witness before the commission starts asking questions.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's call your next witness, please.
Amanda, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Amanda Livers Douglas.
And you've been sworn, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell us by whom you're employed?
I'm employed by the Energy and Environmental Research Center.
In what capacity?
I am an assistant director for integrated subsurface projects.
Okay. And what I'd like you to do, Amanda, is briefly highlight, as Adam did, for the commission staff, your educational background and work experience.
Sure. I have a bachelor's in physics and a master's degree in geology. And I worked for 3 years as a graduate research assistant at the Kansas Geological Survey. And I've worked for the past 7 years at the ERC, focusing on the application of geophysical methods to characterization and monitoring of carbon capture, utilization, and storage projects.
And what are some of your duties and responsibilities with respect to EERC generally, and then more specifically, your duties and responsibilities with respect to this project?
At the ERC, my job responsibilities include overseeing and managing geoscience and geophysical data collection and integration. I serve as project manager and/or advisor on multiple projects involving development of commercial carbon capture and storage projects, and I also manage a team of geoscientists. With respect to this project, I served as the project manager for the ERC efforts related to the development of the geologic model, the numerical simulations, and preparation of the storage facility permit application. I also supported the writing and the development of Section 2, the geologic exhibits, and Section 3, the modeling and simulation section.
Now, Amanda, Adam provided us with a very high-level overview of the project. And what I would request for you to provide for the commission is a more detailed review of the project. Can you do that for us?
Yes.
Okay, let's have you first talk about where the proposed project is located.
The proposed project is located in McLean County, North Dakota, just south of the town of Underwood.
Okay, and how was that particular location near Underwood selected?
So this location was selected because of the vicinity of the site to Midwest Ag's Blue Flint ethanol plant. Also, a 9 square mile 3D seismic survey was acquired in 2020 that provided confidence in choosing the site because it had optimal geology for CO2 injection and secure storage.
And when you choose a site, you're looking for a geologic formation that is just right for the storage of CO2. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you're looking for a cap and you're looking for something below to keep the CO2 in the formation that you put it in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Explain to us why the Broom Creek Formation in this area is a good candidate for CO2 sequestration.
So the Broom Creek Formation is the target storage reservoir for this project. So in the project area, it has sufficient depth to keep CO2 in supercritical form. It has sufficient thickness to store the volumes of CO2 for this project. It has sufficient porosity and permeability to serve as a reservoir. It also is overlain by regionally extensive upper confining zones that have tight porosity and permeability and are competent so that they will confine any injected CO2 in the Broom Creek itself. And the Broom Creek is devoid of hydrocarbon. And so I'd just like to point the commission to figure 2-7 on page 211.
Perhaps you could tell us when you're there before she starts speaking. It's hard to tell now that you don't have books in front of you in your pagings.
Are you gonna put the image up on the screen?
No, we don't have the technology to. I can put it up on the screen, so.
So this map is showing the regional extent of the Broom Creek Formation. It's also indicating the location of the Blue Flint ethanol plant with the blue star. And so throughout the project area, acquisition of 3D seismic data and interpretation of legacy 2D seismic data gave us confidence that the Broom Creek was present in the project area, and it was extensive throughout the project area, so there was no major stratigraphic pinch outs. Also, it gave us confidence that the overlying confining zone is present in the project area, as well as laterally extensive. So the Broom Creek Formation does pinch out. The thickness essentially goes to zero about 10 to 15 miles to the east of the site, as interpreted from legacy well data and 2D seismic data. And at that pinch out, the upper and lower confining zones, which are made up of the tight siltstones and mudstones, are the formations at the edge of the pinch out. So the confining zones at the pinch out sit on top of the Broom Creek Formation, underneath the Broom Creek Formation, and then to the east of where the formation pinches out.
Okay. Now, Amanda, you identified initially the fact that Blue Flint did some seismic work in this area to identify that the Broom Creek is in this area. What other data did Blue Flint acquire that you believe is necessary to validate the stability of the storage complex for CO2 injection and for long-term storage?
Blue Flint looked at legacy wells in the area to look at available well log data, information top data from over 100 wells. They also licensed over 70 miles of legacy 2D seismic data in the area. They acquired that 9 square mile 3D seismic survey, and they drilled the MEG-1, which was a stratigraphic test well, which they acquired sidewall cores from, as well as fluid pressure samples and a suite of geophysical well logs.
And Amanda, once again, you generally spoke of the fact that you identified confining zones. And what I mean by confining zones is a zone above the Broom Creek that will prevent the CO2 from going up, and another confining zone at the bottom of the Broom Creek which will prevent it from going deeper. Can you spend a little more time discussing for the commission what those confining zones are and why they're important to the application?
Yes, so the the primary confining zone which overlies the Broom Creek Formation is the undifferentiated Opeechee and Spearfish Formation, in combination with the lower Piper Formation, which comprises the Picard member and below. And the underlying confining zone is the Amsden Formation, and as discussed, both are laterally extensive in the project area.
And what properties of those two confining zones make it a, I don't know, maybe candidate isn't the right word, but what is it about the properties of those confining zones that are good for keeping the CO2 only in the Broom Creek?
So the confining zones serve as a very tight seal that will prevent fluid migration out of the sands of the Broom Creek. So they're regionally extensive, primarily siltstones that have essentially no permeability. And they lack the absence of faults or fractures with sufficient permeability or vertical extent to act as fluid pathways. They're competent, as discussed. We reviewed capillary entry pressure data, as well as additional laboratory analysis of the confining zones to ensure that they could serve as competent seals.
What are the mechanisms for geologic confinement?
So in this storage complex, as the CO2 is injected, initially the upper confining zone would serve as the mechanism for geologic confinement. Over time, the CO2 would become dissolved in the formation brine, and then at a much later time, mineralization would occur that would start trapping that CO2.
And in your opinion, will geochemical interaction impact seal integrity and injectivity?
No, so geochemical interactions won't impact seal integrity or injectivity. Geologic or geochemical modeling was done using site-specific data as well as the known composition of the anticipated CO2 injection stream. So geochemical modeling of the upper confining zone showed that CO2 would not penetrate more than 3 meters over a course of 45 years, which includes 20 years of injection and 25 years post-injection. And we also looked at geochemical modeling for the reservoir zone itself. And although some geochemical reactions occur, those reactions don't adversely affect the parameters of the confining zone, including permeability and porosity. So there's no significant impact to injectivity based on geochemical reactions.
Okay, one of the responsibilities this commission has is to protect underground sources of drinking water. Do you have an opinion as to what impact this storage facility, if approved by the commission, will have on underground sources of drinking water?
So injection will not impact underground sources of drinking water. There is no evidence of fluid migration pathways that transect the reservoir zone or the upper confining zone. There is an additional porous and permeable zone above the formation, the Indian Car zone, that in the unexpected case of a leak could act as a thief or secondary zone, which would allow for additional monitoring and mitigation in the unlikely event a leak should happen. So between the Broom Creek and the Indian Cara is approximately 1,000 feet of confining layers, and then above the Indian Cara, there's an additional 2,000 plus feet of confining zones between the Indian Cara and the lowest USDW. So there's several different confining layers in this confining system that would prevent leakage of CO2 to the USDWs.
Amanda, I think I heard you testify that there's no evidence of fluid migration pathways. Is that a correct statement of your testimony?
Correct.
And how did you determine the absence of fluid migration pathways?
So that was determined through review of literature and previous studies that had been done looking at structure in the Williston Basin, as well as interpretation of site-specific 2D and 3D seismic data. Also, we looked at formation pressure measurements and fluid samples from the Broom Creek and the Indian Car formation. And this data suggests that these two intervals are hydraulically isolated from one another, further supporting the evidence that there's no fluid migration pathways.
Okay, let's switch gears here just a little bit to seismicity. I pronounce that correctly? Okay, that's earthquakes, right?
Correct.
Is there any concern with respect to seismicity and how that might affect the containment of the CO2 once it's injected?
No, there is little risk of seismicity occurring due to CO2 injection at the site, and little risk that will interfere with containment. And the reason for this is because there is an absence of faults that intersect the reservoir and its upper and lower confining zones. Also, this reservoir is almost 5,000 feet above the Precambrian basement, where if there are any deep-rooted basement faults, any pressure increase from injection into the reservoir wouldn't propagate to any features in the basement. There's also a lack of historic seismic activity, which is attributed to the stability of the region. And also injection operations are going to be conducted in a safe manner, well below the operating, or the operating pressures of the project will be below the fracture pressure gradient of the reservoir, so it's not expected to induce any smaller events as well.
Now, Amanda, you heard the testimony of Mr. Dunlop about how they have entered into, they being Blue Flint has entered into pore space leases with a number of owners, and you understand that those pore space owners then will receive a bonus and rental payments or royalty payments for the injection of the CO2. You understand that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you also understand that in North Dakota, many times the surface owners do not own the mineral interests.
Correct.
Okay. So how are the mineral owners protected in this situation if the surface owners are allowed to lease the Broom Creek or all of their pore space and Blue Flint is allowed to inject CO2. Is that going to have a negative impact on mineral owners?
So it will not have a negative impact on mineral owners. So the regulations require that the site operator, as part of establishing the suitability of the site, look at any impact to mineral production. And so at this site, the storage reservoir is devoid of commercially valuable hydrocarbons. There has been no historic hydrocarbon production above or below the reservoir at this site. If there is commercial reserves found in the future, someone could, with the proper controls, drill through the CO2 plume or drill a horizontal well below the CO2 plume to produce those hydrocarbons. So there is commercial quantities of lignite coal in the project area in the shallow subsurface, and Midwest or Blue Flint Sequester Co. Has worked with North American Coal, the operator of the surface coal mines, to place project facilities and infrastructures in location that would not impact any current or future mining activities.
Just a few statutory questions, Amanda. Is the storage facility suitable and feasible for carbon dioxide injection and storage?
Yes, so the Broom Creek's at the appropriate depth, has suitable thickness, porosity, and permeability to serve as a reservoir zone. It also has a competent upper confining zone to prevent any migration of fluids.
And in your opinion, is the carbon dioxide to be stored of a quality that allows it to be safely and efficiently stored in the storage reservoir?
Yes, so analysis of the composition of the anticipated CO2 injection stream has been done. And the project will be injecting the CO2 at a supercritical state. It's expected to stay in that supercritical state once injected for efficient storage.
And will, in your opinion, will substances that compromise the integrity of the storage reservoir not enter the storage reservoir?
Yes, so geochemical modeling has showed that the CO2 composition will not impact injectivity or the integrity of the upper confining zone.
And you've already testified that, in your opinion, the storage facility is devoid of commercially valuable minerals?
Yes, the Broom Creek in the storage facility area is devoid of hydrocarbons.
And in your opinion, can the proposed storage facility be operated in a manner that will not adversely affect surface waters or formations containing fresh water?
Yes, due to the absence of fluid migration pathways with the sufficient vertical extent and permeability to serve as migration pathways, and the upper confining zone, the Indian Car serving as the thief zone, and then the secondary and tertiary confining zones, there will be no impact to fresh waters.
Okay. And last and important, can the proposed storage facility be operated so that carbon dioxide will not escape from the storage reservoir?
Yes, so again, due to the absence of fluid migration pathways and the competency and thickness of the upper confining zone, carbon dioxide will not escape.
Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have for this witness. As I indicated, both these witnesses are now available for questioning by the staff.
Thank you. Any questions from commission staff?
Adam, this may be actually Adam and or Lawrence, this may be a question for you. In the service affidavit that we received yesterday, it was noted that there's an entity on there with,
Pardon me, there's what?
there's an entity on the surface of the notice, well, excuse me, the affidavit of notice, that the address listed for them is the commission address at the Capitol. We did receive a letter back in February, and the receipt of that letter was apparently signed for by someone at the Capitol, but that information was passed along to your office. I believe it was passed along to your office when we received that letter. But that's to a Bradley Schaefer at 600 East Boulevard, Department 405. Do you know if that entity received proper notice?
Well, I heard you call it an entity. Mr. Suggs, but then I thought I heard you say Bradley Schaefer, so I'm a little confused.
That's the name on the affidavit that you provided.
But was the letter addressed to Bradley Schaefer?
The letter was addressed at, well, it was addressed as Bradley Schaefer at 600 East Boulevard.
Okay. I wasn't involved in collecting the addresses. A law firm here in Bismarck did title and prepared a list, and that list was provided to me along with addresses. That one I don't, specifically recall, it having a address of the Capitol grounds. What I would have to do is I'd have to take a look at that a little bit more closely and then speak with the title attorneys who put the list together, and perhaps I can provide you with more information as to why it had a address of the Capitol. Was it like 600 East Boulevard? Is that what the address was? Or
600 East Boulevard, Department 405, which would be Industrial Commission.
Yeah, I apologize. Just off the top of my head, I can't answer that, but I'd be happy to, and I'm sure Mr. Dunlop would work with me to try to figure out why it was done that way. Mr. Dunlop worked more closely with the title attorneys than I did in coming up with names and addresses. But as I understand it, and perhaps Adam can address this more specifically, they did a complete search of title to come up with the names of all the mineral owners, lessees, and surface owners. And this is what showed up in the county records.
If that party wasn't notified properly, what is your suggestion for how to address that?
Well, what we typically do, and what we've done in all the other requests, is that we mail out to the last known address certified mail return receipt. If we get anything back, what we do is we utilize a service out of Minneapolis where they'll take the name and try to find other locations. That many times will identify another owner, and then we will send out another certified mailing to the new address. In addition to that, the commission provides notice by publication. I don't know what more, on this one, we wouldn't have had an opportunity, obviously, to well, I'll rephrase that. I don't recall getting something back from the commission. If it would have come back undeliverable, we would have gone through that service in Minneapolis. I don't think we did that. But I guess what we could do is, look into it further to see if there is an additional address and then speak to the commission about that. And I guess with that, perhaps Mr. Dunlop could talk a little bit about the request that was made to the title attorneys and what he understands they did.
I think Lawrence adequately described. We'd hired title attorneys to do a search on pore space, surface owner, kind of the gold standard of evaluation, all the abstracts that were out there. What it sounds like to me is somehow in the mailing process there was a mishap. So I need to go back. There was 400 mailings that went out, so I need to go back through the records and see if this person was on the list multiple times and you got one delivered here on accident, or what kind of the underlying factors were.
Okay, I think we'll need some follow-up addressing that notice.
I'll jump in next with some questions. And I'm going to try to go through them first as what'll be in section 1, permit summary and pore space access. And then I'll follow up with section 2 questions. So on the permit summary, I just want to clarify that the intent is that the storage facility, wells, and financial assurance will all be under the Blue Flint Sequester Company LLC name. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are the plans for the storage facility, wells, and the carbon dioxide after the proposed injection permit is done? So after the 20 years of injection and the 25 years of post-injection monitoring.
So the facilities would be properly plugged and then abandoned and reclaimed.
And what about plans for the carbon dioxide? Would that be emitted again at that point, or?
At 20 years from now, I'm not sure that I can answer
Sure.
the operations of the facility.
Pursuant to North Dakota Administrative Code 43050107.1, Part 3, what is the standard industrial classification code that best reflects the principal products or services provided by the capture facility?
So I believe the NAICS code for the capture facility is, well, there's two different numbers, 2869, but I would have to go back and look. I don't know that I've got that on the top of my head.
Perhaps what we can do is when we take a break or when we have some other witnesses testifying, Mr. Dunlop can look up that information and perhaps we can recall him and give you that if that works for you, Tammy.
Yep, that would be fine.
Okay.
And to date, have you received approval or submitted any environmental, construction, or other relevant applications from other federal, state, or local regulatory agencies?
Can you rephrase the question again, please? Are you talking specific to Blue Flint Sequester Co. or all the assets associated with this project?
Just for the project. So just for Blue Flint Sequester.
I don't know that we've got any additional regulatory permits at this time.
Are there any that you anticipate having to send in for approval still?
Are you talking with your agency or?
No, with any regulatory body. Like county permits for road crossings or environmental permits for like stormwater retention or anything of that sort?
Sure, as part of the construction of the flow line, there would be stormwater management plans as part of those construction efforts, likely the same for the construction efforts for the MAG 2 well site. MAG 1 is already in place. There's the EPA MRV plan as well as an item that I neglected to mention previously that we have submitted to the EPA.
Thank you. On the pore space access, is Falkirk Mining Company the only mineral extraction operator within the notice area?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
And do all tracks within the hearing notice area have active coal leases?
Have what? I'm sorry?
Active coal leases? Do all the tracks within the storage facility area or just a portion?
If you know.
I'm not sure the answer.
And I believe it was mentioned in Amanda's testimony that none of the active coal leases for Falkirk Mining Company are expected to be disrupted by this project.
That's correct. So we've collaborated with North American Coal on what their mine plans are and located the injection and monitoring wells and flow line in locations that wouldn't be mined through in the future so as not to impact their operations.
We received a letter from the State Historical Society of North Dakota recommending a Class 3 pedestrian survey within the storage facility area. Does Blue Flint intend to perform this survey?
So I saw the letter yesterday. I think it's important for the commission to remember what we're talking about here is very minimal surface disruption. So the MAG 1 pad, about 9 acres, is already in place. The MAG 2 pad, which would be about the same volume, and then the flow line, which is a very minimal surface disruption. So the other part of that is the entire storage facility area is in an active permit for the North American Coal mine. So I need to collaborate with them and determine if they've already done a historical review of this area. If not, we'll collaborate with the Historical Society to make sure that we don't impact any historical artifacts as we progress through our project.
On the storage agreement itself, on the exhibit to the 91.3% that is on here for pore space owners that have signed on, that's accurate as of today, correct?
That's as of,
Okay.
yeah, today.
And there's no state or federal land within the storage facility area?
That's correct.
No pore space that was severed prior to April 9th of 2009?
That's correct.
And no pore space that was leased from the surface owner prior to leasing of the storage facility?
Also correct.
On Article 3 of the storage agreement, creation and effective storage facility, are there plans to take carbon dioxide from other sources than Blue Flint ethanol?
No.
On Article 5, tract precipitation, what was your reasoning for using a land basis over pore volume for tract participation?
I think simplicity and equity, meaning as opposed to tracking how the plume is progressing and making payments to the pore space owners that were engaged, we decided to spread that payment out across the entire permitted area and pay all property owners equally.
In Article 8, easements or use of surface, what activities is this going to cover? How is the surface plan to be used as stated in Article 8?
You didn't see it.
So our intent is not to impact the surface anywhere besides where we'll have the injection and monitoring wells and then the flow line. And we've got separate agreements in place with the property owners whose surface rights would be impacted. So at this time, there's no intention to do any surface activities outside of that other than at some point, some seismic monitoring. We just completed a baseline survey, but again, that was all on public right-of-way areas, so we don't intend to disrupt the surface as a part of this project on any private property beyond what we've already leased surface agreements to do.
And as a follow-up to that, how will non-consenting pore space owners be compensated and their surface handled when amalgamated?
So again, they would be compensated in the same fashion, in the same form as everybody that had signed a pore space lease. And we would adhere to kind of the same agreement. If for some reason we needed to access folks' property via the surface, we would secure agreements with them to do so, and they would be compensated for it.
Those are all the questions I have from those sections. If anyone else has any before I jump into the geology section.
Yeah, a couple more on the storage agreement real quick. Article 3, the Article 1, the storage reservoir definition, Article 1.5,
Just
1.15.
Just give us a second here and I'll, article, or section what?
Sorry, it's on page 3. It's Article 1.15.
You paperless people, you're a little slower than.
The storage reservoir definition. This is similar to what's been presented in a few of the other carbon capture proposals, but I'm looking at requesting a revision to this to include a direct identification based on the type well. I don't have a problem with the inclusion of the average depths for the reservoir throughout the facility, but I'd like a direct identified type well with identified top to bottom values provided, so you have a direct reference for correlation, would there be any ramifications to changing that to add those depth-to-depth references in this?
Amanda's going to respond to that if you don't mind, Rich.
The depths come from the Meg one well.
It would appear that the depths as listed in this right now are, and they indicate that they're average depths from value to value within the storage, within the limits of the facility. And I don't have a problem with their inclusion, but I would like a direct reference on the Mag 1 well from top depth to bottom depth on the Mag 1 also listed. Would there be any ramifications to amending this article to include that?
Maybe that's another one, Mr. Suggs, if you don't mind. We could talk about that when there's a break and then get back to you with an answer.
If you would.
Okay.
Adam, I don't know if this was covered, but what's the relationship between Blue Flint Sequester Company LLC and Blue Flint Ethanol LLC?
They're both subsidiaries of Harvestone Low Carbon Partners.
So Blue Flint Ethanol operates the ethanol plant, I assume, and Blue Flint Sequester is going to operate the CO2 equipment?
Blue Flint Sequester is going to operate the injection operations and the flow line operations.
So the capture facility will be operated by Blue Flint Ethanol?
It'll actually be operated by Blue Flint Capture Co.
Okay, thank you.
On Article 3.7 in the union agreement and 3.8, this is two clauses related to the transfer of storage substances from the facility and receipt of storage substances to the facility. It was just testified previously that there was no intent to, scratch that part. Both of these have a clause in there that they're to be disregarded for the purposes of calculating royalties if substance are transferred from a facility to this one or from this facility to another facility. Can someone address what the purpose of those two clauses are?
Can you tell me again which section you were looking at? You went a little bit too quick for me.
Sorry, 3.7 and 3.8.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a little time to review those, and then I'll get, perhaps when we come back, I can let you know what the answer is.
Okay. And I guess related to that, in 6.1, allocation of tracks, there's language again about storage substances transferred or received by the facility. So my understanding when I read through this is be substances that had been previously stored in a different facility and either moved to this facility or stored in this facility and then extracted and placed into another facility. And so I'd just like some understanding of what the intent of those two articles is. And is, I guess, general question, is there any intent to transfer storage substances other than the CO2 to be captured off the ethanol facility in this facility?
There's no intent to transfer anything other than CO2 directly from the ethanol plant to the storage facility.
And then you wouldn't intend to extract that CO2 once injected?
No, sir, the value's in keeping it permanently stored.
Okay. So then just some clarification of the intent of these articles in the storage agreement.
And you're talking about 3.7 and 3.8, is that correct?
And then 6.1 and 6.2 kind of dovetail into those two. And one last thing on the storage agreement, 14.2. This is ipso facto termination, and it indicates that the agreement would terminate on or before a given date, and that date has been left blank on the copy provided to the commission. Is there a date involved on this agreement for those that have executed the lease?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, so with no date in there, is there an effect? I mean, how does this clause work?
It can operate in one of two ways. One, a date can be included as part of the order that the commission ultimately renders in this situation in the event it approves it, or the entire section 14.2 can be stricken and not have an ipso facto termination date. And I'm inclined to possibly recommend the latter rather than the former. And maybe I should explain why. I mean, we're there. You need 60% of the owners, of the pore space owners to execute a lease before this commission can approve it. We're already there. So the ipso facto termination language is meaningless, given the position we're in.
So no objection if that was stricken from the.
No
unit
objection.
agreement. Okay.
You know, when these documents are put together, we don't know where we'll be at the time of the hearing or at the time of an order entered by the commission. So it's included for that purpose. But like I said, since we're already at the 60%, it really serves no purpose.
Okay, that's all I've got on the storage agreement, if anyone else has.
Lawrence, are you going to provide us with a recommended effective date?
We can. My thought on that would be the first day of the month following the issuance of an order by the commission approving the permit. But let me talk with my client specifically about that to make sure that that would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Sometimes business models dictate something different.
I understand that, went through that already.
Adam, you indicated that the modeling was for 200,000 metric tons a year. And then you talked about maybe another 10%. What do you expect initially, the 200,000?
Yeah, based on today's production at Blue Flint, we'd anticipate 200,000 metric tons of CO2 to be stored per year. But again, I'm trying not to get into the weeds too far on that, but there are various technologies that are improving fermentation. We got more access to the starch that's in that corn kernel now than we ever had. So there's potential for, with additional on-stream time and additional production, that we could be, I just put boundaries of 10% above or below the 200,000 that we used to model in the application.
Is somebody going to address, if you had an increase in that amount, how that would affect the modeling and the size of your plume?
Yeah, I believe that we've got some information on that.
Yeah, we would want that addressed later, so.
Yeah, I'll just comment on that. So Ms. Dalka is going to testify on the modeling and simulation next. But we did do modeling, or we did do dynamic reservoir simulations for an anticipated scenario of 200,000 tons per year. But we also looked at a maximum case. And so using the bottom hole pressure constraints, a wellhead pressure constraint, we looked at what's the maximum amount of CO2 that could be injected. And that was well over that 200,000 tons per year plus that 10%. And so we know that if the CO2 volume does increase to 220%, say, in 1 year, that we're going to be well below the maximum bottom hole pressure constraint, which is derived as 90% of the fracture pressure gradient of the Broom Creek Formation. And also results from that maximum case were used to help inform the storage facility area boundaries that are being provided in this storage facility permit. And so every 5 years, if that volume does increase to 220,000 tons 1 year, we have confidence that even with that increased volume, we're going to be well below that maximum bottom hole pressure constraint, and that the plume will stay within those storage facility boundaries. And at that 5-year reevaluation of the area of review and storage facility boundaries, we would redo modeling and simulations and collect monitoring data to show that.
Okay. Adam, you also indicated that all the owners, all the pore space owners signed the same agreement, the same lease. And when I think about that, you have a number of different owners. If somebody requested something else to be in the lease, you would have to go back and re-sign those others. How did that work? Was there any additional changes in the lease, so you had to re-sign those initial ones?
We had used a model that's been proven and that had been deployed on other similar projects in terms of what the lease would look like, and had negotiated, having seen that being successfully negotiated in the past, we haven't had to go back and change leases with the parties that had already signed.
And Mr. Hicks, maybe it'd be appropriate if I explain just the reason why we think it's important that the form of lease be identical to all of the parties. We're asking this commission that if we obtain over 60% of the owner's sign, we're asking the other properties to be amalgamated and therefore be treated like all the people who executed a lease. So if you have one lease that says this and another lease that says that, I think it puts the commission in sort of an awkward situation on what lease it should basically apply to those owners who have not executed a lease, those parties that are amalgamated. So not only Blue Flint, but some of the other operators who have come to this commission and have sought and obtained permits for CO2 injection have worked very, very hard to make sure that we have one form only. So it puts the commission in a position to say, here's what everybody else signed. So here's what those parties who don't sign end up with.
I understand that you'll be treating all the unsigned owners like they did sign the lease as far as compensation goes. Are there terms in that lease that you will make them subject to that maybe wouldn't be in their best interest as far as, I mean, what if it said they can use as much surface as they want? If they sign the lease, then they would be subject to that. Are they going to be treated like they did sign the lease if there was a clause in the lease?
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't know the legal answer to that, but again, it's not our intent to use anybody's surface rights without.
Well, that was
getting
just an
permission.
example,
Yeah.
but I was just wondering if they are going to be subject to the lease, to all lease terms, other than just compensation.
I guess I'll answer it from a legal perspective. That's our intent, is that, yeah, they'd be bound by the same terms and conditions of the lease. But some of the provisions you just mentioned, well, I'll strike that.
Okay, thank you.
I will jump back.
I should mention, if you guys do have any comments, write them down, and you're gonna have an opportunity to come in. But if you start asking questions and commenting, it's not gonna be helpful at this time, so, thanks.
To jump in before I get to the geology questions, I have just one more follow-up on the pore space access section. I'd like to request GIS shapefiles be provided for the area review, hearing notice, and storage facility area boundaries, as shown on Figure 1.1.
We can provide those.
Thank you. To go through on the geology section, kind of a general one, I noticed throughout the application that there's discrepancies between the formation top depths that are being called out in text and then what is shown on figures. I believe this discrepancy is just because the text values are at ground level and the ones in the figures are including KB. Is that correct?
Yeah, the next witness can,
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, if you need to defer anything, that's fine too. I will make a note. On figure 2.3, has any additional seismic been acquired since that figure was made? So any additional 2D or 3D seismic?
Just a second. Blue Flint Sequester Co. recently acquired 2D seismic baseline for their monitoring plan. And so maps of where those planned 2D lines are can be found in section 5.
And has that data been processed at this point?
That has not. It's just been recently acquired for baseline monitoring purposes.
When you have it processed, is the intent to verify model inputs to make sure that there's no new data that would change anything that was done previously in the application?
So the legacy 2D seismic data that was analyzed transects the same region, and so we don't anticipate any changes. So the intent of that survey is primarily to use it as baseline data for future monitoring purposes.
In section 2.2.2, paragraph 1, why were only sidewall cores taken from the storage complex formation in the MAG-1?
So the original intent of drilling the Meg 1 was to characterize deeper formations. It was thought literature published values of the location of the Broom Creek as shown on figure 2-7 on page 2-11. In the black line there, or the gray dash line, we're showing the previous literature extent of the Broom Creek, which showed that the Broom Creek pinched out in the Midwest, or in the Blue Flint Sequester Cove project area. And so the thought was that there was not sufficient thickness of the Broom Creek for storage before the Meg 1 was drilled. When the Meg 1 well was drilled, it was discovered that the Broom Creek was present. It had sufficient thickness and high quality sands to serve as a storage reservoir. And because that well had already been drilled through the Broom Creek, sidewall cores were taken instead of whole core.
When the MAG-2 monitoring well is drilled, there's a likely expectation that we would require whole core be taken instead of sidewall core, since we didn't have the opportunity to gather that data on the MAG-1. So just something to be aware of. In figure 2.5, can you explain why less sidewall cores were taken from the upper half of the Broom Creek?
So the Broom Creek has very high quality sands, very high porosity permeability. It's very difficult to acquire even whole core from the Broom Creek, and so getting sidewall core from every interval in the Broom Creek was not possible, given the poor cementation of the sands and their friable nature. They essentially turned into piles of sand as opposed to core samples.
In section 2.2.2.3, this is covering the temperature and pressure data that was taken from the dial sensor manual. Can you provide a supplemental that has that data, preferably raw table data?
Can you please repeat the question? Sorry.
Section 2.2.2.3. So that's, table 2.2 and table 2.3. On page 2.9, so the data that you're gathering, or the results that data is populated from, can you actually provide a supplemental that has the data results from that test?
Yes, we can. It will be text format because, again, for this project, those were measurements taken at single points in a flowback test, as opposed to with a tool such as a MDT tool.
and this might be a question that you'll need to defer to the next section, but I'd like you to explain when you go through the simulation section as far as what log or tool the temperature and pressure values that were used in the CMG simulation came from. Because we weren't really noticing that those values matched up with the values in table 2.2 and 2.3.
Yes, we can address that in later testimony.
You had mentioned that a water sample was taken from the Inyankara to determine that there was hydraulic isolation between it and Broom Creek, correct?
Correct.
And on figure 2.7, I believe you had mentioned this earlier as well. I just want to verify that the Broom Creek was shown as pinched out on the 2D seismic.
So seismic data is limited in resolution. The 2D seismic data was able to tell us where the Broom Creek thickness was less than 30 feet, which inferred the location of the pinch out.
On figures 210 and 211, we were provided high definition images, and those high definition images do not match up the images within the application. It had line A dash a comma ending at the mag1 instead of continuing to go to well file 8711 like the application figures do. So could you provide new high definition supplements for figure 210 and 211?
Yes.
And can you explain why line B ends at the mag1? Were there just no wells to the northeast that could be utilized?
So to the northeast, the Broom Creek pinches out, and so there is one well to the northeast. That's just 2.5 miles to the northeast that could be used, but beyond that, to the northeast, the Broom Creek's not present.
In table 2.5, could you provide how many core samples came from each lithology within the Broom Creek zone? So how many were in the sandstone, dolomitic sandstone, and dolostone?
Yes.
And I'm guessing, are you going to provide that as a supplemental instead of as testimony?
Yes, we can provide that as a supplemental.
Okay. In the geochemical modeling, was the formation brine composition used for the injection zone in the Broom Creek the same as what was used in the upper confining zone?
That's correct. We were unable to acquire any fluid samples from the upper confining zone because of its low porosity and permeability.
In figures 221, 222, 223, 225, 226, and 227, what depth is K plane 39 at in those figures?
I can follow up with that answer as a supplement.
For table 210, only 2 out of 5 cores taken in the lower portion of the Piper Formation had lab analysis done. How confident are you in the simulation ranges provided here?
So you're referring to the model ranges?
Yes.
So the model ranges were derived from a number of regional wells in the area that had logs and were calibrated to whole core So we had a larger data set to derive those values from.
And would that be the reason why some of the lab analysis results directly from the MAG one are not within the simulation model range for porosity and permeability?
So the reason that some of the porosity and permeability values are not within those ranges, part of the issue is because sidewall core samples were taken. Core samples are more prone to being fractured or chipped, which impacts the validity of the porosity and permeability laboratory analysis. And so in table, just a second. So in table 2-11 on page 2-43, we also highlight what core samples were chipped that potentially were impacted or have non-valid results.
As an addition on that table, could you explain the effect on the modeling if those values are higher due to being fractured or chipped?
So those values were omitted from the model. So the core analysis, the porosity and permeability values were used to calibrate the log data. And so any ones outside of the ranges or ones that weren't seen as valid weren't included in that calibration process.
On figure 238, is the lower dotted red line in that figure we're seeing chlorite? There were a couple red dotted lines, so it was just a little bit difficult to tell.
I didn't follow up with that in supplement.
I guess another one on that is I couldn't see the dotted green line representing calcite, and I was wondering if that's just because it's being kind of overrun by the bold lines for cell 2. It would probably be helpful to have a larger scale version of this image sent as a supplemental.
We can provide that.
In figure 240, should chlorite be represented in this figure? It's earlier stated that chlorite has dissolution in cell 1 and 2. And figure 240 is showing precipitation.
So there is initial dissolution and precipitation from geochemical reactions.
So should chloride be emitted from figure 240, which shows precipitation of minerals?
No, because we see chlorite both dissolving and then reprecipitating later.
In table 215, could you check on your Reardon formation top pick here, as it does not match with the pick on figure 9.1 wellbore schematic, which has a value of 4,254 feet, which looks to be the correct value.
Yes, we can.
And if it needs to be corrected, please provide that as a supplement. On page 270 through page 279 that has the formation imager log details, can you explain in more detail why we're seeing the conductive, resistive, and mixed fractures, and what these are representing in the undifferentiated O-Pee-Chee spearfish section?
Yes, just 1 second. So the conductive and the drilling induced fractures were evaluated because those are the likely fractures that could serve as potential fluid migration pathways. But also with the drilling induced fracture, they gave us information about horizontal stresses in the reservoir. With regard to as well as the electrically conductive. But we found that the fractures that were there were filled with precipitated minerals, primarily anhydrite. So a description of why we're only discussing those particular fracture types can be found on page 2-71.
Yeah, and I guess to clarify, my question was more not why we're only looking at those type of fractures, but just what they were representing, what we were seeing as far as why they occurred. Which I think you answered in part with the anhydrite-filled conductive fractures. On page 281, so now we're getting into the geomechanical section of questions. Because triaxial testing was not feasible with the side cores, do you intend to do this testing on the whole core if successful in getting whole core in the MAG-2?
Middoseg and Blue Flint Sequester Co. will work with the commission on the plans for MAG-2 when they submit their permit to drill for that well. With regards to following up with that, at this time there's no intention of performing that test, so the 1D mechanical earth modeling that was done for this well was done using industry standard and industry accepted methods to derive the fracture pressure gradient. So that fracture pressure gradient that was derived was 0.69 psi per foot, and that is well within it's the lower part of the range of regional values that have been derived from wells where triaxial testing has been conducted.
On page 283, could you describe the issue and risk that would have been occurred running the MDT tool in the MAG-1, and whether or not you intend to try to run one in the MAG-2 monitoring well if hole conditions allow so?
Yeah, so when the MAG-1 well was drilled, the intent was to drill it to lower formations. During the drilling operations, they ran into issues with getting a tool stuck down hole. There is also issues with washouts because there was so much time spent in the hole that a lot of the porous and permeable sand, such as the Broom Creek, washed out. So there was some concerns about hole stability. So running the MDT log increased the risk of getting stuck down hole. So it was decided in consultation with the drilling contractors, as well as discussion with the NDIC to move forward with operations that would limit any additional issues with the well and collect required pressure and temperature data at a later point in time, which was done later when the Broom Creek or the MAG-1 well was re-entered, and a flow back test was done to get fluid samples and pressure and temperature data. Again, Middoseg / Blue Flint Sequester Co. will work with the NDIC on the plans for the MAG-2 when they submit that permit to drill.
On page 283, The text states an average value for a Poisson's ratio for the Broom Creek is 0.32. But table 219 states 0.313. Which value is most accurate?
Can you repeat what table you're referring to?
Table 219 had the average value for Broom Creek Poisson's ratio at 0.313, and the text calls it out as 0.32. Sorry, I'm guessing that's probably a rounding error.
Correct. That's a rounding error. I can't speak to which one's more accurate at this time. One note about how the 1D MEM was calculated. It was calculated for the full length of the Broom Creek itself from top to bottom, and so the averages were calculated over the full interval.
On page 284, what was your reasoning for going with Matthews and Kelly method instead of using Eaton's method?
So again, we calculated we used multiple methods to calculate the fracture gradient. What it came down to with our final selection is we looked at regional values that had been calculated from core acquired or core that had triaxial testing and data collected from MDT tests to inform our selection of a fracture gradient of 0.69 psi per foot. Again, that is on the lower end, so it's a more conservative estimate of the fracture gradient compared to what we've seen for other projects that have been permitted.
And my last question, will the fracture gradient calculation be confirmed once a pressure fall-off, pump test, or injectivity testing is completed on the MAG-1 as part of the Class 6 conversion work?
Yes.
And will bottom hole pressure be adjusted and the model reran if results conflict with the calculation from the 1D tool, or calculation, not tool?
If the model is updated, it would be at the 5-year reevaluation point.
Would you adjust bottom hole pressure operations or inform our office if those values need to be reduced based on the results from the injectivity testing on the MAG-1?
Right now, as I described, we ran a maximum simulation case with that increased using only the maximum bottom hole pressure constraint, and that showed that we could inject like well over 1 million tons per year. We're looking at injecting 200,000 tons, 220,000 tons per year max. That will be well below that gradient. So if the value does come in significantly lower, the operating pressure is not expected to reach a new bottom hole pressure constraint if one's derived. But Blue Flint Sequester Co. Can report those values if requested, but there's no intent to make a modification of the model until that 5-year reevaluation period, because we've run that max case, which shows what the safe operating conditions can be at.
But the max case is done with a constraint of the bottom hole pressure at 90% of the fracture gradient, correct?
Correct. So what we would do with that new fracture pressure gradient case is we'd recalculate the bottom hole pressure constraint and just evaluate if the proposed operating pressure, which can be found in table 11-1, is still below that new maximum bottom hole pressure constraint, if that helps, Claire.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, back to the top. Page 2-1. I've got to get there here too. The undifferentiated spearfish Opeechee formation, as identified in the application, has any work been done on that interval to determine whether it does appear to be spearfish in nature or Opeechee?
No, typically the differentiation between those two, or the easiest differentiation, is the presence of the Minicata, which is absent here. Given the similarities in the lithologies of both and the known properties, and the amount of sidewall core taken, it's too difficult with the data available to differentiate the two. But we know that whether it's Opeechee or spearfish, it has sufficient qualities of a competent confining zone.
Okay. Tammy already asked about the temperature and pressure data acquisition, and I believe that'll be addressed by a future witness. I think we will want to rectify table 2.2 and 2.3 with whatever those values that were used in the model were. Make sure we understand the source of that information and is clear in the application as well.
We can do that.
Page 210. There's commentary about the typical process of running a post-stack inversion on the 3D seismic, and that wasn't done due to the problems with rectifying the sonic log and the washouts in the Broom Creek. Can you address what the effect of not having that stack inversion and that comparison is to the model? Are we increasing variability, decreasing variability, increasing error bars? I mean, what's the effect of not having that?
So with not being able to have that, we don't have site-specific data to derive horizontal variograms within the model. But what we've seen from 3D seismic data collected throughout the state, the distribution of properties and lithology as inferred from 3D seismic interpretation is relatively the same throughout the basin. And so this model area did encompass existing 3D seismic data sets that were used to inform variogram distribution.
So you took, and I think this is addressed later in the modeling, but effectively you took the variogram distributions from other sites and applied them here.
That's correct.
Page 211 and 213. 211 being where the narrative is located here, and 213 being the type log identified. So on 211, there's the breakout of the Broom Creek, including feet of sandstone, feet of dolomitic sandstone, and then you reference 24 feet of dolestone. And then if you look at the type log on 213, where the Amsden formation top is drawn, is the bulk of that 24 feet of dolestone all at the bottom of the Broom Creek as it's being identified here?
So on the type log on figure 2-29, we're also showing a small interval of dolostone
Right
at the top as well. Yeah,
But the bulk of it is at the bottom?
correct.
Was there any work done on the sidewalk cores? Is there anything that differentiates that dolestone that you're including in the Broom Creek from the dolestone that has been attributed to the Amsden here?
So there wasn't enough core data to make that distinction, and so that top is based on correlation to regional logs
Okay, so
from other wells.
that's been correlated from some of the other strat test wells drilled in the area.
Just one moment. I'm going to defer that question to the next witness.
Okay, I'll come back to it. And this probably goes to them too, but I'm going to ask you, if that interval were to be attributed to the Amsden, would it greatly affect the geologic model that was used in this area? Would that thickness?
It would not impact it. So the dolostone is not acting as one of the porous and permeable zones where we're simulating CO2 will flow into. And so essentially, even having that dolostone as part of the Broom Creek, it's still acting as a confining layer where we don't anticipate, because of the properties, that CO2 will be able to migrate through it easily.
Okay. Page 218. I think this has partially been addressed, but the simulation property distribution in this table, 2-5, that is for the entire modeled area and not specific to the MAG 1 analysis, correct?
Correct. It's the simulation model area.
So those are the values across the entire
Correct.
area. And those are all based on log-derived information correlated to the cores.
Correct.
The two asterisks at the bottom of table 2.5 indicate, one, that the porosity values were reported as an arithmetic mean, and that the permeabilities were reported as a geometric mean. Can you address why the two different average methodologies were used?
I will defer that to the next witness.
Okay. Page 233. This is figure 224, mineral mass change in the reservoir, I believe. Can someone explain what's happening with the anhydrite and the dolomite curves? They appear to change direction immediately after injection ceases. Is there a pressure mechanic also involved with the geochemistry happening here?
So this is a dynamic simulation that's done that accounts for temperature and pressure changes as well. One thing that this is associated with is as the CO2 is injected and migrates throughout the formation, it's coming into contact with more of the formation, leading to more of that geochemical reactions happening. After injection stops, the plume migration slows down and stabilizes, essentially stopping. And so that CO2's encountering less formation per year, essentially. So it's not moving at a rapid pace, and that's why we're seeing dissolution and precipitation slow down. It's more related to that migration of the plume itself and the volume of rock it's in first encountering, where we're seeing those reactions take place.
Specifically with respect to, like I said, the anhydrite or the dolomite, where it appears to switch from initially either dissolution or precipitation and transition to the other after the injection stops?
We do start to see, just a second. We do over time start to see some reprecipitation of minerals. Over time, where you're seeing the dissolution decrease, you're seeing that precipitation take over in terms of when we're looking at mineral mass change. So they're sort of offsetting. So that reprecipitation is causing more of an offset with the lower dissolution rates.
Okay. Page 237. Table 210. The value, which was reported as an average top depth for the Amsden formation here of 4735. That seems significantly low when compared to the average numbers for the other two, the Piper and the Spearfish, the other two confining zones. Is that just an overall effect of the, again, the average value in the formation? It just doesn't seem as the other two seem comparable when you look at the Mag 1. They're within a reasonable range of that value, but the Amsden seems significantly shallower, I guess, not lower, shallower.
Sure. So when we look at, on page 2-5, figure 2-3, when we're looking at the purple box there is the simulation model extent, where we're taking those averages from. That is more situated to you have more of the regional area where the Broom Creek's pinched out. And so that shallowing of the Amsden, because of that pinch out of the Broom Creek, I think is skewing that average.
Okay. Also on that page, in table 210 at the bottom, the average, there's a 3 asterisks. Note there that the average not available for 2 samples. Those 2 samples are the lower Piper values. How many samples were used? Where's the information for the lower Piper porosity and perm coming from?
So those values from the core samples are listed there in the parentheses with the 4.8 comma 10.50 as well as similar for the permeability. Those are the 2 data points there. We just didn't calculate an average because there was only 2 data points.
Oh, thank you. The page 240. This is figure 2-30, the isopac for the lower Piper. Right in near the center of this isopac, there's a 75-foot contour circle, kind of a low spot identified. Is that low spot corroborated by either the 3D seismic or the 2D seismic work, or is that more of an artifact of the log interpolation?
So these structure maps didn't incorporate the 2D seismic data, and so that's being primarily driven by the gridding algorithm that was used to interpolate the log tops.
Would it be possible to look at the 2D and identify whether that thickness is reduced through that area?
Some of the issues with using the 2D data to inform thickness in that region specifically is difficult. Well, the lack of welds with sonic data to be able to tie the seismic to depth and calculate a thickness of it. So the seismic data is in time, and we need the log data and preferably ones that have sonic to be able to tie to that. So we could infer if there's a relative change in thickness in that area. But because we're talking about 75 feet versus 100 feet, you're going to run into limitations with the seismic resolution, really being able to infer how much of a pinch out. And so one thing with that, though, you know, the lower Piper is just a portion of our upper confining zone. So we also know that we have the spearfish there as well. And so you'll note on figure 2-32 that we see a similar thinning in the upper confining zone. And again, that's indicating that because the data sets we're using are the same, that likely we're seeing the same artifacts caused by that interpolation. So
Okay. 242. I believe you may have addressed this to some extent already, but the two, so in the narrative there, the first paragraph under figure 232, you indicate that the because of the fractured or chipped nature of some of the samples, the permeability and porosity values measured are higher than the matrix would suggest. I believe you indicated that if were those samples that were deemed out of expected ranges, were those not included in the porosity and permeability values used in the modeling? They were excluded?
So again, the core is just used to calibrate the well log data, and so those ones that were outside of the range, we initially tested in the calibration process, but it was made clear based on what the log data was telling us that those measurements were artificial.
So then they were excluded from the
Correct.
remaining calibration that was
Yeah.
done to logs, okay. Page 249. So this is geomechanical interaction at the confining zone. And actually, I'm going to mix some sections here. I'm going to bounce around on you. Apologize for that, but in the subsequent section on the lower confining zone, there's a difference in methodologies used. And so I'd like someone to address why the transport method of molecular diffusion was used and a 3-cell stack for the upper confining zone versus the transport methodology that was used on the lower confining zone being, if I can find it in my notes.
Advection and dispersion.
Thank you. Advection and dispersion with a 13-cell model.
Sure. So the first point, for the upper confining zone, the model was a lot larger than 3 cells. We're only showing 3 cells here because CO2 didn't penetrate any farther into the upper confining zone. So it's not that there was less cells in this model, we just saw CO2 penetrate less. So the difference in methods is related to sort of the physics of CO2. And so for CO2 to enter the upper confining zone, we're talking about buoyant forces coming into play and things like that. And so that's why we're using molecular dispersion. Whereas for CO2 to migrate below or to depth, we're looking at that advection or dispersion process just to account for sort of the fluid flow related to the buoyancy of the CO2 itself. And so, again, with using Freak-C, because of the porosity and permeability of the upper confining zone, we don't expect any migration of CO2 into the upper confining zone. One of the reasons we have to use Freak-C is because it ignores permeability and it allows CO2 to freely move. And so that's why this software is used. So even, ignoring permeability, allowing the CO2 to freely move up through molecular diffusion, we're only seeing in the cap rock, worst case scenario with a higher CO2 exposure level, that type of thing, it only go 3 meters into the upper confining zone over a 45-year period, 20 years of injection, 25 years post-injection. So with the lower confining zone, simulations didn't show that because of where we derived that dolomite, simulations didn't show that CO2 will directly encounter the Amsden. But again, in this modeling, we're assuming it does, ignoring permeability and using advection and dispersion. And so we do see further penetration just because those differences in methods, but also the mineralogies of the two are different. And so we're seeing more reactions taking place in the Amsden. And the Amsden also has some lithologies that have higher porosity, and porosity is accounted for in this modeling.
So just to confirm, and I believe it's kind of stated in the narrative in the application here, but there is no expectation that the CO2 will actually encounter the lower confining zone Amsden.
Correct. Yep. There's no expectation that it will. And so we set up, again, a geochemical modeling to look at worst case scenario. What did it do to be conservative, to understand if it did encounter it, what would be the impact?
Okay. Regarding the upper confining zone, yeah, I believe you partially answered this at least, but one more time, if you would. So let me phrase it this way. If you were to use advection and dispersion in that interaction at the upper confining zone, I'm assuming that would show more interaction than the 3 meter. I guess, can you confirm for me why it's not appropriate to use that at the upper confining zone? Why molecular diffusion is the model to use?
Sure. I'm actually going to defer that to Ms. Dalka, who's going to be testifying in a little bit.
Okay. Page 252 and 53. These are those figure 239 and 240 again, the dissolution and precipitation charts. Can you give me a walkthrough on how I should be reading these and why, I guess, specifically focusing on why the initial weight percent was included on the dissolution graph and not on the precipitation graph?
Sure. So on figure 2-39, with the blue bar, we're showing the weight percentage or the amount that mineral comprised of the total formation composition. And so we're showing that as a reference to show of that percentage, weight percentage, how much of that dissolved compared to what was initially there. On figure 2-40, the reason that we're not showing initial weight percentage is because with some of these we're assuming, in some cases, we're assuming that it's zero. So it's not always applicable for every model depending on the mineralogy. But in some cases, that initial weight percentage would be too small to show on this chart. So when we look at precipitating, I guess not to confuse reprecipitation of things that have been dilution or dissolved with precipitating more than what was originally there. We left off of the initial mineral weight percentage. Because it would be too hard to show on the graph what was reprecipitation versus precipitation, new minerals forming, or new amount of minerals forming.
Okay, so when I'm looking at 239, I'll use chloride as the example. original weight percent is listed as 2.48%. The C1 dissolution weight percent, the 0.84, is that 0.84% of the 2.48? Or is that 0.84 total?
It is 0.84 total, so out of the, if 100% is the formation itself, 0.84 of that was dissolved due to dissolution of chloride.
And that would go the same for the 240 then, those percentages in C1 would be, so looking at quarts, you'd have 16.3% dissolution against the total. And then in C2, you're up to 32.41% against the total dissolution.
So 2-4, 40%.
2-40, yeah.
So this 2-40 is different. So those weight percentages is we're looking at all of the weight of the precipitated minerals. And so, for instance, in C1, 16% of what's being precipitated there is quartz.
So for
We can add clarification to the caption.
yeah, I think it would be appropriate to supplement both figure 239 and 240 with additional caption to explain what's going on. But at this point, so the total weight percent precipitated, doing quickly in my head, I think it adds up. But so you're depicting C1 precipitation for dolomite, illite, and quartz. Do those add up to 100% of the precipitation for that cell?
Yes.
And then subsequently, 100% of the C2 precipitation on or for cell 2 is represented by the gray bars.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. I think when you supply the supplemental, if you can include the approximate additional, how do I want to say this? How much is precipitated, the volume of material that's precipitated, so that we can compare that to those percentages that are provided.
We will reevaluate and provide a supplement.
Okay. 254. Figure 241. There's some narrative on page 250 that indicates that the total porosity increase was 0.006%. That's what's on the narrative on page 250. But in this chart on 254, cell 1 looks like it increases to the 0.13, 0.14%.
Yeah, so what we're seeing is there's a decrease due to initial precipitation, but then we see dissolution, which over time then counteracts that net change in porosity. And so it does look like in the text it's a typo. It should be 0.006%. 0.006%, not 0.006%.
And so the
Oh, apologies, I'm looking at the, okay, apologies, I'm looking at the wrong data. So, what that sentence is referring to is an initial bump up, so at year 1 or 2, and it's hard to tell on this figure, right off of the graph, you can see the cells move up slightly. And so that's what that 0.0006% increase in porosity is showing. Essentially when CO2 enters the system, the model is normalized, and so the porosity changes slightly.
so I guess
And so, yeah, in that second sentence on page 2-50, it says, at later times, C1 experiences porosity decrease of that 0.13%. So that 0.006% is just talking about what happens essentially in that year 1.
okay, so it's at the essentially the first time, not quite the first time
Correct.
step, but one of the early timestamps in the model.
Correct.
Okay. And the 0.13% is close to what's presented on the figure 241 then.
Correct, yes. And I misspoke originally, so.
Okay. Does that increase in porosity? That's overall decrease in porosity. Never mind. Well, let me ask the question here. Does that change in porosity greatly affect, or was that accounted for when the geochemical modeling was done for the interface, or for the spearfish?
Yeah, so that, it's a 1D model, but it's a dynamic 1D model. So as those changes impact the first cell, then you're seeing impact of exposure levels to that second cell because of those porosity changes.
Okay, so they were accounted for in
Yeah.
the whole model. Okay. 265, I believe. No, we already addressed the advection dispersion differential. 267. So in this figure 254, similar to what was provided in the for the upper confining zone, you're only indicating responses on C1 and C2 being cell 1 and cell 2.
Correct.
But the narrative above indicated that there was effect to an 11-meter penetration.
So within that 45-year time span, that's correct. But the change is slower over time, so we have less dissolution and precipitation in the cells that are farther away from that initial exposure boundary. And so because the values are so small, we're only reporting C1 and C2 here.
Is it generally the same pattern that's being experienced by the subsequent cells, just at lower percentages?
Yes.
Would it be possible to provide a example of figure 52 that showed the last two cells affected with a scale that would indicate what that effect might be on those cells?
So for the The last two cells itself, we wouldn't see anything because we don't see anything in cell 12 and cell 13. You referring to like the last cells that encounter at 10 and 11?
Correct, the last two that were affected by the dissolution and precipitation in the model.
Yes.
$270. Oh, this is a similar question to what I asked on the previous example. This is the figure 255 change in porosity for the Amsden in the modeling, in the geochemical modeling. Initial porosity increase of 0.04% when the plot would appear to indicate a porosity change on the 2 to 2.2% range.
Yeah, and again, that's related to, and it's hard to tell at timestamp 1, essentially, it increases.
Right, and but the 2.5 in the subsequent narrative is the direct reference to what the chart is depicting.
Correct.
$281. This is some of the narrative on your mechanical earth model and derivation of the properties that went into that. There's a phrase here, converted to static parameters using equations derived from global correlations of dynamic to static parameters. Can you provide a supplemental table that would include those equations and their source and the inputs to those equations and where the source of those data would come from, so we can do at least a cursory cross-check that those correlations were, I guess, done accordingly.
So those calculations are done within a commercially standard software called TechLog. And so we can try to derive out some of those equations. There might be slight differences from, there might be constants and things like that that are applied within the software that Schlumberger does not necessarily disclose. So we won't be able to provide 100% the exact same equations, but we can provide a list of the ones from literature that we know that their software is designed on.
Okay, if you could do that, and again, it's the equation itself, what the source of that equation, so whatever literature that was documented in, and then the variables that would be included and any constants that you can identify, and the source of those for data, where you would find that that value from.
Okay.
That might just be something good to include in like an appendix or something like that, depending on how extensive that becomes. Basically, I'm asking you to show your work for how you derive the values in Table 219.
Okay.
$286. The last paragraph there. You have the narrative that and you have the figure 267 here on the page that kind of identifies some vertical trending patterns in the Precambrian, and the narrative is that they don't extend out of the Precambrian up through the overlying formations. Would you be able to provide a similar exhibit that would include a similar correlation of the formations from the Precambrian all the way up to the Broom Creek? I know scale's probably going to get a little bit difficult, but you could do it in several chunks if you could. just to see if there are any other indicators on the vertical beyond the, or sorry, in the area beyond what would be Precambrian features.
Okay, yes.
Okay. 288. You did testify a little bit to the lack of seismicity in the area, or low probability of seismic event. Looking at this table 221 on page 288, the depth of the events that have been reported in North Dakota, are the majority of those depths all related to Precambrian or deeper events?
So
like the event on June 14th was about 3.1 miles deep in its initiation. Would that have been approximately Precambrian in nature at that location? And I guess those are depicted, those locations are on 269.
correct, most of those depths are associated with lower formations close to the Precambrian or within the Precambrian itself.
Okay, so I guess with regards to what I just asked for, there isn't an expectation that there would be any faulting or folding or seismically active features above the Precambrian.
Correct. The 3D seismic data and the 2D seismic data that was interpreted for the site showed no indication of any features with offset. And so, even the previous figures you discussed, figure 2-67, we see essentially noise in the basement that could be a feature, but there's no indication that it has offset. And then there's certainly no indication that it impacts the stratigraphy above the basement. So.
And the purpose of my request is just to confirm that that continues throughout.
Yep.
Also on, I guess, next page 289, so towards the bottom of the page, you make the comment that the low risk of induced seismicity is due to the basin stress regime. Could you expand on that comment?
And so that's related to the current basin stress regime in terms of, even the historical stress regime when the basin was formed. So this project sits on the North American Craton, which is a very stable portion of North America where we don't see a lot of tectonic activity. And so because there's not ongoing tectonic activity, causing changes to that stress field, or adding additional, compressive stress or extensional stress, and things like that, we don't anticipate there to be any induced seismicity because of the historic stress regimes that led to the formation and the existing features, and then the stress regime as it is today.
Okay. Looking back up at figure 269 on that page, you've identified the Stanton fault, and there's a fair bit of narrative on its location and your expectations there. But what are the two north-south trending features to the east and west of that?
Sure. So this map, those north-south features are showing boundaries between interpreted basement blocks, essentially. And so this map was derived from the North Dakota Geological Survey, but it was based on a map derived by an author, last name Sims. And in his paper, he used aeromagnetic data and well log data to look at structure in the Williston Basin in terms of the basement. And so that north-south lines are representing each side of the Hudson transitional boundary. So it's different basement provenances. So it's as the North American Craton was created, you saw different land masses added to the Craton at different periods of time. And so that's what makes up these different basement provenances. And so that's what that boundary is showing. And so that was included just because that offset in that boundary, as interpreted from log data and the aeromagnetic data, is what Sims et al. Is using for their evidence that there could be a fault there. So their well log data and the aeromagnetic data itself didn't show a fault. To my knowledge, there's not seismic data that shows a fault. They just inferred that there could be a fault there because they see an offset, a lateral offset in that basement transitional zone.
Okay. Almost done. 292. Figure 271 here. You did include some testimony regarding the economically viable coal in the area, but could you expand this figure to include the remainder of the Fort Union group and the coals within it?
Yes.
And then 293. You already addressed comments. I guess I'll just confirm. As is currently planned, there is no plan to put any of the facilities on lands that are intended to be mined moving forward.
That's correct. Blue Flint Sequester Co. worked with North American Coal, who owns and operates the Falkirk mine, to determine locations for the MEG 2 and the flow line, so they won't impact future mining activities. And they did the same for MEG 2 before they constructed it.
Okay. I don't know if you'll have the answer to this, but are the facilities on previously excavated coal locations, reclaimed areas, or are they've not been and will not be touched?
For the most part, they have not, and they will not be touched due to their proximity to roadways and things like that, and other infrastructure that exists in the area.
Okay, that's all I've got for now. Thank you.
Amanda, in your direct testimony, you indicated that the CO2 is going to be injected into the Broom Creek, and it would be at a supercritical form. Will you explain, is it stable? It kind of insinuates maybe it's not stable when you inject it into the Broom Creek. Is it a stable form after it's injected?
So CO2 will stay in a supercritical state for the most part once it's injected. Some of it will be dissolved over time into the native brine water, so there will be small state changes in the CO2, but my comment was in reference to the depth. The formation is at a deep enough depth that we have sufficient pressure to keep CO2 in the supercritical state. And so the importance of that is the CO2 will take up less pore space, so it's an efficient form of storage, as opposed to if it would be injected in a gaseous state or be anticipated to or to have a state change to gas.
You also indicated that it goes through mineralization in the formation, and it will become, I think you said, part of the trap, or it will be trapped in the Broom Creek. At what point does that start happening? Is it, you showed 45 years that a significant amount of that occurs. Does it, at that point, is it no longer movable in the formation? Or does that start occurring, tens of years before that?
So with that, the mineralization is considered to take place, past 100 years in general, based on literature and things like that. So once it starts to, precipitate out or have those geochemical reactions, it can't be re-extracted. Some of it will, that process will take, hundreds to thousands of years before it gets to that point. But with the trapping, again, simulations show that the plume eventually becomes stable, and even in its supercritical state, the plume will stop moving.
So do you believe that that point will be 45 years, as you've shown in your dissolution and mineralization tables?
Mineralization can start earlier, but in terms of taking over as the primary confining mechanism, that won't start for hundreds of years later.
Okay. And also when you did your sidewall testing on the cores, especially in the upper portion of the spearfish, you indicated that it showed no permeability. What fluid did you use? Did you use CO2 to test the perm in those?
So there was a couple tests done. We did mercury capillary entry pressure. I'll defer that, the remainder of that question to the next person testifying.
Yeah.
But it was not, they were not flooded with CO2. There's no CO2 testing done with them. But we were able to transform, for instance, the capillary entry pressure, we were able to use equations to transform what that looked like for mercury and air to CO2 state, and understand what that would look like, when that encounters CO2 as opposed to a different type of fluid or gas.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions from commission staff?
I'm just going to jump in, just as a clarification to the ask that Richard Suggs had in the geomechanical section. Could you also make sure to include any formulas that you can show or any work to show for the other variables that were used in the fracture gradient formula? So like calculating a maximum horizontal stress, minimum horizontal stress, and where the Bayet factor from the Matthew and Kelly method, where that's derived from. I don't know if it would be beneficial, but maybe even being able to provide screenshots of the Schlumberger TechLog software. I don't, not using the software, I don't really know the basis, but maybe it would be helpful to include some screenshots when you're providing that supplemental as far as how items are calculated.
Sure, if we determine that there's anything helpful
Sure.
for that, we'll provide it.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? All right. Seeing none.
I do have just a couple follow-up questions
sure.
for my witness. Adam, you recall the questions you were asked with respect to a number of federal laws, whether Blue Flint would comply with those laws. Do you remember that questioning?
Yes.
Okay. And will Blue Flint commit to complying with all state, federal laws relative to this project?
Yes, absolutely.
And there were some questions asked whether the CO2 injection project that Blue Flint has for this area is going to interfere with Falkirk's mining process. Do you recall that questioning?
Yes,
Okay. And Falkirk has signed a pore space lease, is that correct?
that is correct.
So they've been made aware of what activities are going to take place out there, is that correct?
They're very familiar with our project, yes.
And Falkirk has been mining coal out there even before the Blue Flint ethanol plant was constructed.
Long prior to the construction of Blue Flint.
And they executed a surface use agreement for the Mag 1 well.
That's true.
So they generally know where the injection is going to take place, and they know where the CO2 is going to be produced.
Yes, and we have a surface agreement for the Mag 2 well as well.
Okay. And they would generally know where the pipeline is going to run.
That's correct. The portion that runs through their property has been assigned to a right-of-way easement.
And the SHPO letter that was discussed, could that be interpreted that SHPO was thinking there should be a Class 3 pedestrian survey for the entire storage area, the entire 5,000 acres?
It could be interpreted in that fashion. That's why in my testimony I kind of indicated where we would actually have surface interruptions.
And is your plan to have discussions with SHPO so you can find out just exactly what they want and talk with them and determine what you're going to do?
Yes, I committed to following up with them and see what the ask is, as well as following up with maybe surveys that have already been conducted.
Okay. And there's been some discussion back and forth with respect to the amount of CO2 in terms of tons that you want to inject on an annual basis. And as I understand the testimony, you don't want to just say 200,000 tons per year, every year. You want some flexibility with respect to perhaps in year one, you only inject 175,000 tons, and then in year two, you do 200 tons. And is that the request?
Yeah, I think the intent of the request is, and as we've looked at previous orders, is can we achieve the limitations on the frac gradient with the injection volume, and will we stay within the confines of the pore space that we've put together? So we would request that if there's a third requirement, that a volumetric limit be put in place, that we be given some flexibility on that value, plus or minus 10% of what we put in the application.
But in no event would Blue Flint inject more than 220,000 tons per year. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's a fair statement. I can't see that being a reasonable possibility. We look at what's different today than when Blue Flint was put into place 16 years ago. There's been lots of adjustments, so looking at 20-year history, but at this point I don't see any plausible situation where we would inject more than 220 a year.
Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have. I do have a response to Mr. Suggs' question about section 3.7 and 3.8 in the storage agreement, and I think possibly the best way to describe what those two sections address is if you think back to the Minn Kota application. The Minn Kota application was a request for storage area in the Broom Creek as well as the Deadwood. And what these two clauses provide for is if you were to take CO2 out of the Broom Creek, there would be no obligation to pay royalty when you're taking the CO2 out. That would be basically 3.7. And 3.8 would provide that so long as you have the same owners of the pore space in the Deadwood, taking it out of the Broom Creek and putting it in Deadwood, there would be no requirement to pay royalties. So in essence, it eliminates the requirement to pay double royalties in the event you want to move CO2 from one reservoir to another reservoir covered by the same lessees, or lessors, excuse me. And then with respect to section 6.1 and 6.2, 6.1 addresses the issue. I'll just use an example again. If you have a storage area that's composed of or comprised of 10 tracts and a well is located on tract 5, that doesn't mean that tract 5 gets all the revenue from the CO2 or the royalties from the CO2 that's injected in that well on tract 5. It gets distributed on a proportionate basis. And then section 6.2 addresses the issue, same example, if you have 10 tracts and each tract has 100 acres and you're injecting, each tract would be allocated 10% of the royalties, but in the event the owners of a particular tract, say tract 5, were to decide to convey 50% undivided interest in that particular tract to another party. At that point on, that would then get split, so you'd have 5% going to one owner and 5% to the other. That's what those 4 sections cover. And also, since we ended with our direct testimony, my office has advised me that Bradley Schaefer is not a surface owner, and there was something of record. It was a proof of death in which he was listed, but it does not indicate what interest he owned. So it might explain why he didn't get it.
Thank you.
I had the NAICS code. The code.
Oh, I'm sorry, and one more issue, and it's actually, I apologize, it is a question for Mr. Dunlap. Mr. Dunlap, there were some questions from the staff about a particular code, and you'll have to help me out there.
Yeah, I believe the inquiry was regarding the NAICS code for industrial gas manufacturing. So the appropriate designation is 325120.
So thank you, Mr. Examiner. I know we covered a lot of different areas, but I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you for the addition. Did that raise any further questions from the commission? Seeing none, I guess the time is 11:35. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? Meet back here at 11:45. right, and we are back on the record in case numbers 29888, 29889, and 29890. Mr. Bender, I guess, I know you have a block of 3 witnesses. My thought was before lunch, since we're going to be breaking some time here for an hour, we go through your first witness, not do any questions, and then come back and do the next 2 witnesses and question them as a group, if that makes sense to you. All right, so please call your next witness.
Ian, will you state your name for the record, please?
Ian Fiol.
And spell your last name.
It is F as in Frank, E-O-L-E,
And by whom are you employed?
the Energy and Environmental Research Center.
In what capacity?
I am a senior geological engineer.
Could you please provide a brief background of your education and work experience?
I have a bachelor's in geological engineering and a bachelor's in operations and supply chain management from the University of North Dakota. I have been working at the ERC since 2015 with my main duties including geophysical modeling of the subsurface and regional geological characterization, largely to assess geologic CO2 storage potential.
And what are some of your duties generally at the EERC and with respect to this project specifically?
At the ERC, I'm generally involved in developing geologic subsurface models for use in our dynamic simulations for CO2 sequestration. I also oversee and review the development of geologic modeling technical work for different projects. I also monitor and or conduct activities for well site geophysical and sampling activities. In regards to this project, I was involved in the geologic modeling work, and I contributed material to Section 3 and some summary material for Section 2.
And I'm going to direct your attention to Section 3 of the application, and I'd like you to briefly provide an explanation of which permit requirements Section 3 addresses.
Section 3 includes a discussion of the geologic modeling and the numerical simulation activities conducted to predict the lateral and vertical migration of the CO2 and its associated pressure front and determine the plume stabilization and delineate the area of review.
Can you just slow down just a little bit?
Apologies.
No, not a problem. Were you finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
I asked you to slow down a little too late then. Sorry about that. Can you briefly describe for us the geologic modeling and activities that were conducted with respect to this project?
Using industry standard software, we used it to organize and evaluate the geologic data sets, develop a 3D structural model of our study area, and populate the geocellular model using geostatistical methods with properties representing the rock type and the petrophysics.
And what types of data were utilized to construct the 3D model, the geologic model?
If I could direct to figure 2.5 on page 2.7.
Okay, just give us a moment to get there. We'll use Mark as the gauge here. Okay.
Figure 2.5 shows the well logs, the geophysical well logs we use generally in our modeling. Along with the geophysical well logs, we use seismic data and core measurements to populate our models.
Okay, and how was this model used to address the permit requirements?
The geologic model serves as an input for the numerical simulations that were conducted also using industry standard methods and software to predict the lateral and vertical migration of the CO2.
And how was the simulation? How were the simulation results used to determine the plume stabilization?
The plume stabilization was determined by looking at both the area and rate of change of the CO2 plume over time based on the simulation results of grid cells with a greater than 5% CO2 saturation. During injection, the CO2 grows rapidly, and by year 10, after the end of injection, the rate of plume growth slows to less than 0.25 square miles over 5 years.
And based on that modeling, were you able to, in your opinion, establish both horizontal and vertical boundaries for the storage reservoir?
Yes. Based on the site-specific data and the use of industry software, we find the horizontal and vertical boundaries to adequately defined.
That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Okay. Do you want to maybe try going through one more then? It looks like we
Yeah,
might
I
have
think
enough
we can
time.
get through that relatively quickly.
All right.
Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Chansa Dalka,
And by whom are you employed?
EERC, Energy and Environmental Research Center.
And what is your, well, excuse me, working for the EERC, what's your job position?
Principal Reservoir Engineer.
Okay. And can you briefly describe for us your educational background and work experience?
So I have bachelor, master, and PhD degrees in petroleum engineering from the Middle East Technical University in Ankara, Turkey. And I've been working with the ERC since 2016. I have close to 20 years of experience in reservoir engineering, reservoir simulation, CO2 storage assessment, and enhanced oil recovery evaluations. Prior to joining the ERC, I was with the University of Calgary, working as a research associate, conducting R&D projects on CO2 storage and enhanced oil recovery techniques for formations, various types of formations.
Okay. And like the other witnesses, Chancellor, what I'd like you to do is tell us generally what you do at EERC, and then more specifically, what was your role with respect to this project?
Sure. So at the ERC, I generally oversee and advise a reservoir engineering team, and I also provide project task management, supervision, and quality control, as well as resource coordination within the subsurface group at the ERC. For this specific application, I oversaw the numerical simulation activities and also contributed to development of Section 3 of this permit application.
And directing your attention to Section 3 of the application, can you briefly provide an overview of the simulation results?
Sure. So with simulation, we evaluated the feasibility of injecting CO2 at an average target rate of approximately 200,000 tons of CO2 per year over 20 years, and predicted the pressure responses based on the geologic model and operational input data. And the simulation results indicated that in total of about 4 million tons of CO2 can be injected into the Broom Creek Formation at MAG 1 location. And also we evaluated gas saturation, CO2 plumes, and pressure plumes based on the continuous injection of the expected CO2 plume to help delineate the area of review for this project.
And how were the simulation results used as a quality check for the limits recommended for operating injection pressure?
So with the simulation, we evaluated different cases injecting CO2 at different injection temperatures, also using different tubing sizes to predict the potential operating pressure ranges. And also we evaluated the maximum surface injection pressure based on the maximum potential for the Broom Creek Formation at MAG 1 location.
Mr. Examiner, I don't have any other questions for this witness. If I may, I'd like to go back to Ian for just a second. I see have a little bit of time before noon. There's a few corrections, typos that need to be made in Section 3, so I'd like to walk through those with Ian.
Please do.
Ian, I'm not sure what the best way is to this. Probably I'll just page through it. Page 3.6, is there a typo there that needs to be addressed?
Oh, yes, apologies. Figure at the top of the page should be 3-4 instead of 1-4.
So, yeah, 3-4 rather than 1-4, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then let's go to page 318, second line from the bottom of the page.
Where it reads total aerial extent, change slowed to less than 0.15 square miles per 5-year time step, it should read 0.25 square miles.
All right. And let's go to page 3-23.
At the table, in 3-23, where it reads table 3-1, it should read table 3-4.
And then let's go to page 3-25.
On page 3-25, the table should read 3-5 instead of 3-2.
And then page 3-26.
The table on 3-26 should read 3-6 instead of 3-3.
And I believe that's all the corrections we have for section 3, so hopefully that'll eliminate all the questions from the staff having to do with section 3.
One final correction. On 3-30,
Nobody told me about that correction.
apologies.
Okay,
3-4 should read 3-7, the table there.
thank you, Ian. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. All right, and I see, I guess the time is 11:58. I guess we could take our 1-hour break here, come back and finish with your witness, your last witness. Okay. Anything further before we break? All right, seeing none, we'll return here at 1 p.m. to resume the hearing. And we are back on the record in case numbers 29888, 29889, and 29890. The time is 1:02 p.m. Mr. Bender, I believe you had one more witness in this group that you wanted to question.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. We'll be calling Kevin Connors.
And just as a reminder, you're all still under oath from previously in the morning.
Kevin, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Kevin Connors,
And by whom are you employed?
Energy and Environmental Research Center,
In what
EERC.
I'm sorry, what capacity?
I'm the Assistant Director for Regulatory Compliance and Energy Policy.
And what I'd like you to do, first of all, Kevin, as the other witnesses have done, would you briefly highlight for us your educational background and work experience?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in geology from the University of Montana. I started my career as a well site geologist in the Williston Basin. In 2010 to 2018, I worked for the North Dakota Industrial Commission's Oil and Gas Division, where I held various roles. I was the CCS supervisor for the Oil and Gas Division, where notably I helped develop the regulatory program, assisted in the rulemaking, and had the opportunity to lead North Dakota's efforts to get Class 6 primacy and be the first state in the nation to receive this authority from the EPA. Once that application was submitted for North Dakota's Class 6 primacy application, I was expanded into the UIC program and administered North Dakota's Class 2 UIC program. Also helped develop a pipeline program for the Oil and Gas Division. In 2019, I went to work for the EERC, where I've been at the EERC since, and today I'm in the capacity as Assistant Director for Regulatory Compliance and Energy Policy.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities with respect to your work at the EERC generally, and then also specifically with respect to the Blue Flint sequestration project?
Okay. At the ERC, I manage efforts that support commercial development of carbon storage projects, including the development of CO2 storage permits in North Dakota and the surrounding region. I manage a team of policy, regulatory, and permitting technical experts. I also support our oil and gas research from a policy and regulatory perspective. In addition to that, I also manage the P-Corps partnership, or the Plains CO2 Reduction Partnership, which is an industry government consortium that represents over 230 organizations and we're focused on applied research in CCUS across a greater region that encompasses 10 U.S. states and 4 Canadian provinces and includes North Dakota. For this particular project and for this particular permit application, I oversaw the development of the storage facility permit application. I'm responsible for ensuring the permit is in compliance with all applicable rules and regulations.
So earlier in the hearing, I indicated to the commission staff that you're going to be talking about Section 4 in the application. I'm going to direct your attention to now Section 4. And can you briefly explain how the area of review was used to evaluate the region and to meet specific permit requirements?
Yes, so using site-specific data from the MAG 1 well, which indicates that in this area, in this project area, that the Broom Creek Formation is overpressurized with respect to the lowest USDW. And so what that means is because of the state of the formation being overpressurized, we applied the risk-based area review methodology to determine or delineate the area review boundary. The risk-based area review method is a peer-reviewed, scientifically accepted methodology or approach to delineating the area of review, and that can be found in Section 3.5 if there's further questions on that. Based on this approach, using the risk-based area review and identifying the simulation of the CO2 injection activities and the associated pressure front, the resulting area of review for this particular project is delineated to be 1 mile from the storage facility permit boundary. We did both a geological and engineering evaluation within this boundary and actually even outside the boundary. We looked for any sort of well penetrations or any sort of penetration that could act as a leakage pathway from the injection zone into underground sources of drinking water, as we are required to do. We performed that evaluation. We identified 3 wells. I'll be prepared to go over those shortly here. And then we also, as Mrs. Livers Douglas testified to, we also performed a geologic evaluation, and we found no evidence of transmissive faults or fractures. that transect the upper confining zone within the area review, and revealed that the upper confining zone has sufficient geologic integrity to prevent vertical movement of fluids. In other words, we feel very confident in the geology and the mechanisms of geologic confinement to contain the injected CO2 and the formation fluid in the Broom Creek to the injection zone.
The application currently has a provision, a recommendation basically, that the AOR and corrective action plan be revisited or reevaluated within 5 years, no more than 5 years. Are there other things that could trigger a reevaluation before that 5-year period could end?
In terms of the area review reevaluation requirements pursuant to North Dakota Administrative Code, Section 430501, 05.1, we will be continuing to look at the area review through our testing and monitoring plan, which will be presented next, and the testimony to follow. And through our monitoring and operational data, we will be monitoring the site, and as appropriate, we will update the geologic model and the computational simulations not less than every 5 years for the required reevaluation of the area review.
Amanda spent considerable time in her direct testimony and in response to questions by the commission staff as to information relative to the 2 confining zones. What else was used to assess the protection of underground sources of drinking water within the area of review?
Yes, so in addition to the primary confining zone, which lies directly, which is overlying the Broom Creek Formation, there's sufficient secondary containment of multiple formations that overlie the storage reservoir between the injection zone and the underground source of drinking water, which in this site, in this case, is the Fox Hills Formation. Namely, we have the Pierre Formation, which is approximately 1,300 foot thick. It's impermeable, and it directly underlies the Fox Hills Formation to act as additional geologic confinement and to ensure the protection of underground sources of drinking water and the Fox Hills Formation.
What additional protection, if any, will be implemented by the applicant for underground sources of drinking water if this application is approved?
If this application is approved, the applicant will continue, like I said, continue to monitor the site. Well bores will be constructed pursuant to regulations which ensure the protection, which are constructed and operated to ensure the protection of underground sources of drinking water. And again, we have sufficient geologic confinement above just the primary injection zone formation and the primary seal. There's multiple seals above that.
Okay, and a couple statutory questions for you as well. In your opinion, can the storage facility be operated so that it will not endanger human health nor unduly endanger the environment?
Yes, the engineering safeguards are in place, and the site consists of ideal geologic barriers or mechanisms of geologic confinement that will protect human health and the environment of endangerment risks associated with CO2 injection activities at this project.
And in your opinion, is the storage facility in the public interest?
Yes, the storage facility as proposed today will benefit the state and the global environment by reducing greenhouse gas emissions and contribute to advancing commercial CCS deployment to the economic benefit of North Dakota and its citizens.
Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have for this witness. I would point out that Amanda did defer some questions to Kevin and to Ian. I didn't try to ask those questions. They were very technical. I don't think I would have done a very good job, so they'll have to ask them themselves. So.
Sure. All right, so questions from commission staff.
So I guess I'll start with the questions that were deferred from section 2. First question being the discrepancy between the formation top depths that are being called out in the text versus represented in the figures. And whether or not that is just because the items in the text are referencing from at ground level and the formation tops picked in the figures are including the KB. Excuse me. So, for example, on the Broom Creek in the text it's being called out, it's as 4,708 feet, at the beginning of the section, but the formation top in the figures and later tables are 4,728 feet.
I'll answer that one. It appears to be a typo. That the reason it should not be reading 4708.
Would that be generally throughout then? It's a lot of times in the general narrative throughout, it appears to be referenced with the
Yeah, I mean,
ground level elevation as opposed to the KB.
If, just to clarify, it's throughout the text, it's labeled as 4708 as opposed to what the figures are showing.
I believe there are a number of locations where it's called out like that, or where it's
so
listed at
the
that.
Broom Creek and other formation tops as well. Generally, it's around the isopacks that the ground level appears to be given. So that was why our initial assumption was that the figures were including KB, because that would be logging depth.
That may potentially be the issue, yes. But yeah, the log depths that we can see in the figures for the Broom Creek should be the correct ones. So we'll review.
I guess our recommendation would be in the future that when depths are represented in figures, that it's just more clear whether or not that's from ground level or if it's measured depth from KB. If it's not already a subsea TVD depth that's being provided. The second question was in section 2.2.23, as far as where the temperature and pressure data that is used in the CMG model, where is that being derived from?
In section 3 on page 3-11, we reported the temperature gradient is 0.025 Fahrenheit degrees per feet, and pressure gradient is 0.512. So we calculated those gradients based on the temperature and pressure measurement at the MAG1 well. And here we see, we calculated the gradients and then rounded the values to the third decimal points. So for simulation, we wanted to be as exact as we can. So these are the more exact numbers, and those were used in our simulation.
To dive into that just a little bit further, you said the values were from the MAG1, but what was the source of the test or the log that was used to when you calculated those gradients? Was it off of the open hole logs? Was it off of a subsequent, what's the other test that was run?
The dial mandrel test, so the swab where you did the formation fluid sample.
That's what we're asking, is to confirm when those temperatures were taken and what the source of them was.
Yeah, I would like to defer that question to Ian or Amanda.
Chances just explained some of the differences we're seeing is just the differences in significant figures, but the data was both derived from the swab test. So when we go back and provide you guys the requested supplement for that raw data, we'll go back and confirm that.
Okay, because yeah, we were just having a hard time matching up based on the values that were in those tables in section 2 from the application and what was provided in the model after converting it to measured depth. On the figures 221, 222 through 227, what depth is K plane 39 at?
That one will follow up with a supplement.
Okay. And then my other deferred questions would be figure 238. And let me know if that was meant to be a follow-up as well, as far as the lower dotted red line, confirming whether or not that is chlorite, and why I'm not seeing the dotted green line representing calcite.
Yes, we'll follow that up with a supplement
Okay.
to fix that color and provide a zoomed-in version as requested.
Those were my deferred questions. So I'll let anyone else jump in before I jump into new questions.
Yeah, just a couple real quick. I guess to expand just a little bit on the temperature and pressure question. I guess this isn't necessarily the deferred part, but the effect of temperature that was used and the temperature gradient that was used in the modeling on the numerical simulation. If that temperature is higher or lower than what was modeled, what is the effect on the plume?
So that's going to affect the amount of CO2 that's going to dissolve in the native brine. So it may affect the plume extent.
Can you elaborate on which direction? So like a higher temperature?
Higher temperature means less CO2 is going to dissolve in the brine. So more CO2 will be exist as supercritical in supercritical free phase. So that means larger CO2 plume extent, and vice versa.
And then I had asked regarding the property distribution and the bear with me, I got to get to the section so I remember my question properly. I guess the question on the table 2-5 on the difference in the means used when calculating the average porosity and the average permeability, one using an arithmetic mean and the other using the geometric mean.
Yes, we use geometric mean as opposed to arithmetic mean when doing values such as permeability. Mostly because of the fact that we're looking at a logarithmic values or exponential values, because we run from a millidarcy up to a Darcy range, which can be orders of magnitude difference. When using geometric mean, we are able to see the central tendency of the values as opposed to, by doing the product, as opposed to doing arithmetic mean, which ends up summing all the values together and then averaging it out. This can end up skewing the data to look either too high or too low, based on a single or a handful of data points out of many.
Okay, I think that's all I remember.
Did anyone else have any deferred questions before I jump into section 3? Okay. What is the geographical projection that was used in Petrel?
In NAD 27, the 3302 projection, which I believe is in North Dakota.
And what is the cell size in the model in CMG?
Cell size, it's 1,000 feet by 1,000 feet, but we did apply refinement in the cell size around the injection well. So that was 3 by 3, so I believe 350 feet, I believe.
On page 3.6 in the last paragraph, you describe how you're using some of the same relative permeability and capillary pressure curves out of the 3 out of 5 lithofacies. So you're using the siltstone curves for anhydrite and the dolomite curves for dolomitic sandstone. Could you just explain a little bit on what your reasoning was for that and how that's a conservative approach?
Sure. So as you said, we have got MICP data for 3 out of the 5 fishes modeled. So MICP, mercury injection capillary pressure data, was used to generate those curves, capillary pressure and rate perm curves. So for those 2 fishes, anhydrite and dolomitic sandstone, where we don't have MICP data measured, we signed the siltstone to anhydrite fish, siltstone values to anhydrite fishes, because those 2 fishes, anhydrite siltstone, are low permeability fishes. And for dolomitic sandstone, we use the dolomitic or dolostone fishes values. We believe that dolomitic sandstone fishes are expected to be more similar to dolostone rather than to sandstone, looking at the porosity and permeability ranges of those fishes. And also to add to that, if you look at the figure 3-5 on page 37, what we see here is the facies distributions, 5 fishes in 5 different colors, and anhydrite is red, and then dolomitic sandstone is in yellow. And we don't see, what we see here is those 2 facies are sparse and very thin in the injection zone. So our assumptions, the assumptions we made, won't impact the injectivity or the plume extent. That's what we believe.
On page 318, stabilization of plume and the storage facility area, and I think you guys already answered this to an extent. At what frequency will plume predictions be updated once operations are underway?
So they'll be updated no less than every 5 years.
And will predictions be included within the annual reports as well?
Yes.
On page 320, the EPA equation 1, I believe you have the units incorrect for the storage reservoir fluid density. I believe that should be kilograms, cubic meters instead of the milligrams, otherwise the units don't work out in the calculation. Would you agree? Or if you need to give confirmation in a later answer, that's fine.
We can give confirmation at a later time.
Okay. If it does need to be corrected, I would just like that page to be a supplemental. That way we have it correct in the record. You guys had already caught all of the table names, so I won't go into any detail on there, but I think that would be another thing that we would like those pages as supplementals. That way if someone is referencing the application at a later date, they have the correct reference. So that's page 323, 325, 330, and I might be missing one. The page that table 33 is on. I do have a few questions. I'm going to reference them based on page number. So page 323, that should be the table 3-4. Where is the injection zone pressure being derived from? So the 16.41 million Pascal.
Are we referring to the measurements that were taken at the Mag 1 well, and if those are?
Yes, so from table 3.1 to be 3.4 on page 323, where is the injection zone pressure value of 16.41 being derived from?
I can answer. I am so that pressure was obtained using the pressure gradient calculated as 512, and and multiplying by the corresponding associated depth recorded in this table.
Has the Fox Hills been sampled at the storage facility area at this time? Yes, and there's no indication of any communication between the overpressurized Broom Creek and the Fox Hills.
No, there's no indication. And also, as discussed earlier, samples were taken from the Inyan-Cara formation as well.
Right.
And the TDS suggested that the Broom Creek and the Inyan-Cara are hydraulically isolated. And because the Inyan-Cara is between the Broom Creek and the Fox Hills, that data suggests that as well.
Okay. I didn't notice that Appendix B had any baseline data from the Fox Hills aquifer. So if you have those results, please include them as a supplemental.
We haven't yet sampled the Fox Hills, so our evaluation of the water wells in the area, there is no existing Fox Hills?
We have sampled.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so those wells were sampled since the application was submitted, so.
Okay. So yeah, in that case, I guess any new baseline data that you would have since the application was submitted, just plan to provide as a supplemental. On table 3.4, to be table 3.7 on page 330, in past applications, the estimated cumulative leakage along a leaky well bore without injection was 0.01. I saw in this application that was updated to 0.019. Could you explain the reasoning for this number changing?
The reason changing the initial input parameters into the risk-based method for area review, the main inputs in terms of leaky wellbore scenario and such remain the same. The change here would be essentially the input parameters that come from the formations, such as the Broom Creek and the Inyan-Cara. So fluid salinities, temperature, and pressures would affect that calculation, which is why the volumetrics would change.
One major difference is that the Broom Creek here is a lot shallower than at other sites that have submitted permits.
That's all I have for section 3. I'll wait on my questions on section 4 and to make sure no one else has questions on section 3.
And once again, back to the top, but not nearly as many questions as last time. Section 3, or page 3-2. Section 3231, when you're discussing the confining zones here. I think it was alluded to this earlier, but you're using the same variogram for both the piper and the spearfish, with I guess an adjustment to the lateral portion of that. Is that what I'm reading here, correct?
Yes, so, the lower piper and the spearfish, it both generate a circular variogram. It's just the spearfish has a larger variogram as opposed to the piper.
The justification for using the same variogram, I mean, both, they'd be deposited under different conditions to get the spearfish silts versus the, well, the lower portion of the pipers could be silty, but, did you evaluate, or were they evaluated separately and just similar, or, was it just a decision to use one variogram that had been determined previously?
So they were evaluated separately, and they both ended up being similar in size. So they both show a circular pattern as opposed to an elliptical variogram, which we could see with like the Broom Creek. So they ended up being similar, and they were separately evaluated based on the formations that we had from the publicly available data that was drawn in to use it. They were both separate.
Page 3-4, figure 3-2. The triangles on this figure represent the upscaled log values, and then the circular dots, the projected values from the variogram, correct? And so I guess there's a couple of, at a glance, it looks like the data trend matches pretty well for the projected values. There's one thing that's kind of jumping out at me as questionable. There's a line of, I'll call them the yellow circles, adjacent to the E in permeability that kind of projects out, that doesn't seem to, I guess, fit the data, the log derived data, the same as the rest of the pattern does. And you can kind of see another similar situation, the blue line at the very bottom. Is there, in the methodology used, is there reasoning why those would concentrate in a linear fashion like that?
Yes, it's the lower bounds of the lithologies that we have for data points. Specifically, we talk about the blue dots at the bottom. For the simulation, using zeros is causes a slight, not really an issue, but we can't have it going into zero, and so we put it in an effective permeability at that point. So 1 to the -8th is we put the lowest limit on the permeability. And so that's why it shows up as a line right there, because all the points that should be falling well below that point, for calculation purposes, goes to 1 to the -8th.
So effectively, that's the lower bound of what that lithology would
Correct.
behave as. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, 311. In the narrative in the second paragraph there, the line, the fracture gradient was obtained from a geomechanical analysis resulting in the average of 0.69 psi per feet. That geomechanical analysis, can I have someone elaborate on what was done to calculate that?
That was the derivation of the 1D mechanical earth model, and using the results of that to come up with an average fracture pressure gradient.
So that was entirely derived off the 1D MEM?
Yeah.
Okay, and I've already asked for that table for populating equations on that, so
Yep.
that should satisfy that part of it. 318. At the bottom of 318, it was indicated that the typo here was the total extent changed, slowed to less than 0.25 square miles. Was that correct?
Yes, that's correct,
Okay.
0.25.
What is the, I guess, the justification for using that as the point at which the plume was considered stable?
So we use this methodology to determine the stabilized plume. So we're looking at rate and change of an area over time, but we're also looking at what that means in terms of the plume advancing by a grid cell. And so in a lot of these timestamps, the plume might have only moved by one grid cell in one direction. And in some cases, it stopped advancing up dip, but maybe, 10 years later in time, it, advance, maybe down dip to the west where, we don't expect long-term migration that way. So, so all of that went into helping define where we felt the plume was stabilized. And so again, that that will be reevaluated at that 5-year area of review evaluation of what that predicted stabilized plume looks like versus what the operational and monitoring data is telling us about how the plume is actually behaving.
Okay. So effectively that 0.2 square miles a year, or over a 5-year period, was that when the cells stopped, when you didn't see a response in the adjacent cell over a 5-year period, or what was the?
So the rate and change of plume size over time levels off and becomes nearly flat. And so that time frame where it levels off is sort of where that cutoff is derived, and it's essentially an arbitrary cutoff of area per year. It's more regarding how many cell sizes is it advancing per year.
Okay. And so I guess to rephrase my question, is that the point where it stopped advancing to new cells over a given period of time?
That's when it slowed. So it might have been one cell every 5 years. And part of that movement we still see in simulation is related to the cell size. If we had smaller cells, we as soon as CO2 enters the cell, it lights up the whole cell. And then the next timestamp, it's closer to that next edge. So there's a bit of limitation with what reservoir simulations can show us, which is, why we'll be doing the reevaluation.
But this is basically the factor that was used to draw the outer bounds of the plume as the stabilized plume, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I understand that in an infinite amount of time, the plume could tick one cell, but what I'm trying to confirm, I guess, is that this value used, which it's 0.25 square miles a year, but it basically derives back to the modeled or the numerical simulation of the CO2 plume and it affecting the next cell over a given period of time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that time difference where it slows to the point where you're calling it a stabilized plume, is that you're using square miles in 5 years here in this statement, but effectively what is that number of years that it would take to jump to the next cell outside of this, I guess? Did you have a rough approximation?
I don't have that rough approximation at the moment, so.
Okay. I think I'd like to see it, at least approximately, what the next timestamp would be for it to move to the next cell. And you did testify to something along the lines that it is, there is a directional component to this, that at some point the change stops happening, or the change is notable in one direction over another in general, correct?
Correct.
So basically in that direction where there is still change happening, what's the next, how many years before the next cells would light up in the numerical simulation is what I'm looking for.
Okay.
So I think this is addressed somewhat in the narrative, but page 331. At the bottom of that, this is risk-based AOR, but the phrase here is because the potential incremental flow into the USW is below the identified threshold of 1 cubic meter. Can someone expand on that, at least in testimony, as far as how the 1 cubic meter was determined as the critical, I guess, threshold here, and what the significance of that is with respect to the USDW?
Yeah, so this approach, what we're doing is we're taking in site specific information, and then what we're doing is we're applying this methodology using the Indian Kara as a potential thief zone, which in other words, it could, if there was a leakage pathway, would in this case it'd be brine or formation fluid, would it enter the Indian Kara and therefore not be able to make it up to the Fox Hills, or could it, or then we also turn off the Indian Kara formation and see how much formation fluid could potentially flow into the Fox Hills. And that's how we start to move our way out, looking at the pressure front and looking at the displaced formation fluid to then determine this particular boundary for the risk-based area review. And that threshold is how we look at it in terms of, if there were a hypothetical pathway, how much fluid would be able to make it that high in the stratigraphic column. This pathway does not exist. We've done our evaluation around the entire project area, and as I indicated in section 4 testimony, there's only one abandoned well that would be a potential leakage pathway, and we've evaluated that from an engineering standpoint and have determined that there's adequate isolation in and above the Broom Creek Formation.
So with respect to this 1 cubic meter threshold, I believe in the narrative above, it indicates something along the lines that this would be the total volume that would migrate if said leaky pathway existed over the entire injection time frame. Is that correct?
It's not total for the in total injection time frame. The 1 cubic meter is the lowest reportable value that the AS LMA model can produce, which is the lowest volumetrics for incremental flow.
That's right, and I guess the figure 3.9 has the incremental flow, and they're significantly lower than the 1 cubic meter. Correct? Page 330.
Yes.
Okay, so those volumes here, significantly less than 1 cubic meter. If the hypothetical non-existent leaky pathway existed, what, and that volume of fluid reached the USDW, would it be detectable in sampling? I mean, have you looked at?
My understanding is these would even be undetectable limits.
Okay. Would it be possible to put together just a little bit of narrative supporting that position? This volume into something like the Fox Hills, what would, at a point source, what would it do to the chemistry in the Fox Hills?
Yes, and just to clarify, this approach was used because of the overpressurization of the Broom Creek Formation. There's two methodologies other than this that are part of the EPA approach through the Class 6 regulations, and both methodologies don't account for an overpressurized situation. In other words, it would become an infinite area of review, or the pressure at this formation, with the formation is as such as there would already be If there were a leakage pathway, there would already be leakage into the lowest USDW because it's overpressurized relative to the Fox Hills. And so this risk-based approach is taken into site-specific characteristics, including a potential thief zone. But yes, we would be happy to provide that further justification.
Yeah, it's highly unlikely, given the testimony to date, but it's just a verification of what that effect would be in that worst-case hypothetical, so. And I think that's all I've got. Thank you.
Anyone else before I jump in again? I have just a few questions on the area review section 4 on figure 4.2. And this also kind of goes with appendix B as well. There's a figure B2 and appendix B. And I noticed that the wells shown in figure B2, which I believe appears to be historical baseline data from Falkirk Mines Monitoring Well Program, those wells were not included on figure 4.2. And my question is why? Considering you're providing data for it.
So the reason they're not provided on figure 4-2 is a lot of those wells don't exist anymore due to mining activities. And so figure 4-2 shows the wells that still are in existence.
Yeah, and further that point, figure 4-2 is also the wells that are publicly available through the State Water Commission website and other state databases.
And again, I'd already asked for this, but any baseline data that you do have since the application, to please include that in appendix B.
Just to clarify, baseline data for the Fox Hills formation that's been sampled
Correct.
since?
I mean, yeah, yes. In table 4.3, there's a few items that I'd like you to check on. One being that the second column of the interval and the thickness were left off. I believe your reasoning for this is because of the lack of information within the well file, but if you could provide estimates for this, and then just denote underneath what yield you're using for the cement to get those estimates. And also in the comments to the right hand, so within the formation table to the right, in the Kibbe Lime row, it says cement plugs 3, 2, and 1 isolate formations below the Broom Creek. Plug 3 would actually be above the Broom Creek. So I would ask that that is corrected as well when you resend that page.
Okay, just to clarify, you would like us to provide thicknesses for the particular formations that have been identified or the intervals that have been identified and the cement yields?
So I would like you to complete the table on the left. And by doing so, you'll have to provide what cement yield you're using to make those calculations.
Okay.
And then to update cement plug 3, not having it shown under the Kibbe Lime. And stating that it's below the Broom Creek because it's actually above.
Okay.
On table 4.5, I'm going to ask that you check the well file for this well, because I believe your bottom depth on plug 1 where you have 3,181, I believe that should be 3,169. On plug 2, rather than being 1,152, I believe that should be 1,140. And on plug 3, rather than 204, it should be 180. And then the total depth at the bottom, rather than being 4,083, should be 4,240. And it did look like these were correct on the figure, they just weren't correct on the table for that well. So I would ask that you relook at table 4.5 and make updates as necessary.
Okay.
And then just a couple general questions. What steps would be taken if future data showed that well file 1516, the one legacy well that you had mentioned does penetrate the Broom Creek that's within the area of review? If that was to be exposed to carbon dioxide, what would be, if data did show that it could be exposed to carbon dioxide plume, what would be your plans to address it?
Well, just to be clear, today at the time of permitting, we predict that the Ellen Samuelson, that's well file 1516, will not see CO2. It falls outside of the storage facility area or the area that would be the permitted area for CO2 to be injected into. So there would have to be various steps taken to expand. If the CO2 went beyond the storage facility area, which is where well file 1516 is located outside, there would be multiple modifications to address that and address the CO2 location and the amalgamation of the pore space, and then also expansion of the monitoring program, I would assume.
Thank you. And do you have an estimate at what injection year you anticipate the carbon dioxide plume to reach the MAG2 monitoring well?
Figure 5-6 on page 519, we're showing a timestamp of the CO2 plume at year 5. We can say at this time that the CO2 plume's not expected to reach the MAG2 in the 5 years. And so based on our simulations, it would reach the MAG2 potentially somewhere between that 10 and 20 years of injection.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Just one confirmation, the NDUSE 106 well identified, page 4.3, exhibit 4.2, eastern area within the storage facility area. That is the class 1 disposal well, correct?
Correct.
And that is injecting into the Indian Cara, correct?
Correct.
And it does not penetrate Broom Creek.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, Mr. Bender, we can move on to your next
I
group of
have one
witnesses.
follow-up question for Kevin. Kevin, I neglected to ask you this question. If I can direct your attention to page 418. Is there a typo that you'd like to correct?
Yes, on page 418, the last paragraph of text, and the second sentence, the Indian Cara will be monitored for temperature. It says temperature and pressure, but it's only temperature. With the current proposed well design, there would be fiber optic cable that would have that has today proposed with distributed temperature sensing, not pressure sensing.
That's all the questions I have.
That didn't create any questions for the commission? Seeing no, now we can move on to your next witness.
Okay, this is our last group, and in this group, we'll be talking about testing and monitoring plan, and we'll be talking about work safety, emergency remedial response. We'll also briefly talk about well design and casing, cementing and plugging, and the injection well, and then finally financial assurance. For this section, we'll be calling John Hunt, and Adam Dunlop will again be testifying, and then also Kevin Connors. So I'll be starting with John. John, would you state your full name for the record, please?
John Hunt,
And John, by whom are you employed?
the Energy and Environmental Research Center.
In what capacity?
I'm a geoscientist specializing as a CCS, MRV, and VA coordinator.
And like the other witnesses have done, what I'd like you to do is briefly highlight for us your educational background and work experience.
Yeah, I have a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Science degrees in geology. I'm also a licensed professional geologist in the state of Kansas. And prior to working at the EERC, I worked for Chesapeake Energy at their Oklahoma City office, working in multidisciplinary teams on various projects related to petroleum exploration, development, and optimization.
And what are some of your responsibilities generally with respect to the EERC and then specifically with respect to this project that is before the commission?
Yeah, so at the EERC, my role is working with a multidisciplinary team to solve challenges related primarily and most notably in this case to carbon capture and storage projects within the United States and Canada. And for this project in particular, my role was to lead the development of the testing and monitoring plan and the post-injection site care and facility closure plan.
Okay, and your testimony here today is going to focus on testing and monitoring. Can you tell us how the testing and monitoring plan that you have put together, how it was developed?
Yeah, so the testing and monitoring plan was informed by the injection scenario. It was also informed by the site characterization activities, as well as the project wellbore design, and the geologic modeling and simulation work, all of which came together really to define or identify a site-specific testing and monitoring strategy that was then developed in conjunction with Blue Flint and then audited against UIC Class 6 permit requirements to ensure compliance.
And how does the plan that you've put together, how does that meet permit requirements?
The testing and monitoring plan will assure that this project, our permit is operating as permitted and is also protecting underground sources of drinking water. The testing and monitoring plan also establishes baseline conditions at the storage site.
And how does the proposed Blue Flint surface facilities plan meet the requirements for monitoring and addressing aspects of well integrity, CO2 injection and storage, and underground water quality during the injection operation and post-injection site period?
Yeah, so the testing and monitoring plan can really be broken into three types of monitoring, one being surface, two being wellbore, and then three being environmental. And that sort of the order of information throughout the testing and monitoring plan is presented in that order. It's really meant to follow the CO2 stream from the start of injection operations at the liquefaction outlet, following it through the flow line and into the injection wellbore, down the wellbore and into the storage reservoir. And then ultimately providing a plan that then monitors the environment of the storage reservoir complex within the entire AOR up to the surface environment.
Now, this information, is it contained in a supplemental exhibit that you want to briefly discuss here today?
Yes, it is.
And is that Exhibit 3, which we handed out at the beginning of the hearing?
Yes.
There's just a lot of information on that exhibit, John. Obviously, don't want you to go through it all. Can you just briefly describe what's contained in the exhibits and the importance of it?
Sure. Yeah, and I apologize for for any printers that might have been harmed in the process of printing this. So Exhibit 3 is a summary table of Blue Flint Sequester Company's comprehensive testing and monitoring plan, meaning that it summarizes the activities that will be conducted for the project from pre-injection or the baseline period all the way through post-injection site care. So if we're looking at this table at Exhibit 3, we'll just start with column 1 over at the left-hand side and then work our way over, again, just by column. So that first column is just referencing back to the SFP, where that information came from or can be found. And then moving over, we have monitoring type, and then for each type, which parameter or parameters will be monitored as part of that monitoring activity. And then we have a description of the activity, as well as the sampling location and if there are any relevant pieces of equipment that are associated with that. And then, as I alluded to earlier, the sampling frequency, which again includes the pre-injection, the injection, and post-injection phases of the project. And then finally, a statement about the primary purpose of conducting each of these activities. And so, just to summarize here, the activities include CO2 stream analysis, and a plan for a leak detection plan for the surface facilities and all wells associated with the project, a corrosion monitoring plan, again, for the surface facilities as well as the well bores associated with this project, and then an environmental monitoring plan, which is broken out into two main areas, being near-surface monitoring and then deep subsurface monitoring. For the near-surface monitoring, that includes soil, gas, and groundwater monitoring. And then finally, for the deep subsurface, that includes what we're calling the above zone monitoring interval, which is the Anyankara, and then the storage reservoir monitoring, which is broken into direct and indirect methods.
And since you only provided a summary of that exhibit, you're happy to respond to any questions the commission might have about his
Yes.
specific questions?
Yeah.
And a statutory question, John, has Blue Flint established monitoring facilities and protocols to assess the location and migration of carbon dioxide injected for storage and to ensure compliance with all permits, statutory, and administrative requirements?
Yes.
I have no further questions of this witness. I'm ready to move to our next witness in this group.
Move on to your next witness.
Okay, we're going to recall Adam Dunlop. Adam, in addition to the matters that you addressed this morning, can you briefly respond to a section of the application having to do with work safety?
Worker safety, or do you want to do the emergency and remedial response plan
Let's
first?
do, I think they come in, work safety is 7, and I think emergency response is 8, so whatever you prefer.
I have it as the opposite.
Okay, that's fine.
So I guess high level emergency and remedial response plan. So the Blue Flint ethanol plant has protocols in place currently to deal with releases of chemicals. We've got a facility response plan because of the volume of hydrocarbons that we have on site. We've got a risk management plan and an integrated contingency plan, which kind of dictates all of the emergency and remedial response activities associated with chemical releases or other releases on the plant site. That document kind of describes the incident command structure, how do we perform an emergency shutdown, what sort of emergency notifications need to go out, are there evacuations, shelter in place, or other protocols depending on the nature of the emergency. And it also includes training for our employees and contractors and how to keep them safe in the event that we had an unanticipated release. So the intent is to continue to build out that program to accommodate carbon dioxide. Our employees are familiar with carbon dioxide as we're producing roughly 200,000 tons per year, and it's a danger in confined space. We've got certain protocols in place to manage that already. And then lastly, on an annual basis, we'll review the policy to make sure it's adequate and appropriate for its purposes.
And you were correct, my notes were wrong. 7 was emergency and remedial response. Let's go to 8, which is the worker safety plan.
Yeah, so as alluded to in the emergency and remedial response plan, safety and worker safety plans are critical to the business at Blue Flint Ethanol. In fact, we've gone over 16 years since we had a lost time accident, and it's something that our management is very intent on keeping that record intact and keeping our workers and our employees safe. So again, coming back to, training on CO2 hazards from within the facility and applying that to the flow line and the operations at the well site, putting the appropriate monitoring programs in place where appropriate, make sure we've got engineering controls. If we can't use engineering controls, we'll have the appropriate levels of PPE and so on down the line, just to keep folks safe and kind of following our program. And again, any visitors or new employees would be required to go through initiation orientation training regarding CO2 safety at the job sites.
Okay, and do sections 9, 10, and 11, do these sections provide information relative to well casing, a cementing plan, a plugging plan, and the injection well and storage plans?
That's correct.
Okay, and will more specific information as to well casing, cementing plan be provided at the time that the APD is filed with the commission for the drilling or for additional work on the well?
That's correct. So we laid out a plan in the storage facility permit application, and we'll delineate in further detail in the well drill plan associated with the drilling Meg 2 and the workover on Meg 1.
That's all the questions I have for Mr. Dunlop. I do have one more witness, Mr. Connors.
Please move to your next witness.
Kevin, were you involved in the financial assurance demonstration?
Yes.
Can you briefly discuss that for us?
Yes, I'd like to point the commission to page 12-2, table 12-1. I think that'd be the most efficient way to walk through this section of the permit. As previously testified to in section 4, through the area review evaluation, at this time, we do not see as corrective action necessary on any of the wells that penetrate the Broom Creek Formation in the area of review. So there's no costs associated with the financial assurance demonstration. The plugging of the injection well, that is currently at, will be a $100,000 surety bond that will be established by Blue Flint. And then the post-injection site care and facility closure portion is estimated at $2,467,550. And the emergency response costs, which include the endangerment to USCWs, is estimated at $9 million. And both those instruments, Blue Flint is currently still working to identify the exact third-party insurer, but that those will be established prior to the start of injection.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. I guess I would like to offer the exhibits. As you know, Mr. Examiner, Exhibit 1 was the application that was filed many weeks ago. Was necessary to file that before notice of hearing was given. Exhibit 2 was a document that was presented here today. That is a document that sets forth the owners of interest who have, pore space owners who have executed leases, and indicates, as Mr. Dunlop testified, that we have a little over 91.3%. And then also Exhibit 3, which was the summary of Blue Flint's testing and monitoring plan, which Mr. Hunt briefly described a few moments ago.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
I have a handful of questions. I'll pause after each section, just in case any other commission staff have questions on those sections. So on the testing and monitoring plan, section 5, I would like to request GIS shapefiles for all testing and monitoring features that have been included on the schematics. So Fox Hills well, deep subsurface monitoring wells, soil gas stations, soil gas probes, and any of the other legacy wells or groundwater wells that have been utilized in the application.
Yes, we can provide that.
Thank you. On figure 5.2, the generalized flow diagram, I have a few questions here. Will the CO2 that accumulates in the annulus of the flex steel be recycled back into the system, or will that be vented to the atmosphere?
That will be vented.
What type of steel is being used for the other components of the pipeline flow line that is not flex steel?
Carbon steel.
And what pressure will the pipeline be rated to, and what is the maximum surface operating pressure that is expected?
Can I look that up and get back to you?
Yes.
You do that today yet? Okay.
On page 5.5, section 5.3.2, corrosion detection, I do just want to note that North Dakota Administrative Code 430501 11.4.1c does require that a quarterly measurement be taken for the corrosion measurement. So in your plan, it is to do it quarterly the first year and then annually thereafter. I think our recommendation would be at one coupon to continue to do it quarterly just to meet that rule requirement, and then move the other one to annually.
I guess, can I ask for clarification regarding North Dakota Administrative Code 430501 11.41C, item 3?
C.
Yeah, and then under C, there's an additional items 1, 2, and 3. It's my understanding that that item 3 is, there's a catch-all phrase.
Oh, sure. I think I would want to revisit the crosswalk just to make sure that's within EPA guidance too.
Okay.
On page 5.6, section 5.4, wellbore mechanical integrity testing, do you intend to hold pressure on the annulus as required by 430501 11.3 part 3, or do you intend to request a waiver for this?
Yes, the intention is to submit a variance request that would be associated with the permit to inject.
On table 5.6, what was the decision to decide to only run P&L logs on the MAG2?
This was a, actually, I think this question is probably best answered by,
P&L on MAG 2 as opposed to P&L on both MAG 1 and MAG
Right.
2.
Correct.
So there is some concerns that given the additional casing set on the MAG 1 well, that a P&L tool would be able to provide sufficient resolution to, image CO2 saturation in formations such as particularly the Inyankara. And so because of it, the limitations of what the P&L could tell us in that well, the decision was made just to stick with the fiber optic in MAG 1 and do the P&L log in the MAG 2 only.
On page 514, section 5.7.2, soil, gas, and groundwater monitoring, how many sample dates have occurred to date for gathering of baseline data?
3 sample events for soil gas so far.
And for groundwater?
2 or 3.
The third one is this week.
Oh, yeah.
On figure 5.6. Why is the middle 2D line not extending past the stabilized plume on the east side?
Yeah, so if we go back to table 5-6, what we'll see here is that on page 5-11 under time-lapse 2D seismic surveys, the intent of the figure is it's really just speaking to the first 4 years and the 2D seismic survey or plan or design throughout the first 4 years of injection. And then at year 4, in conjunction with the 5-year review process, the frequency and also the appropriateness of the spacing of the lines and their length would be reevaluated at that time.
And then on section 6 for post-injection site care and facility closure plan, on table 6.2, do you intend to rotate what time of the season the soil gas probe samples are taken from annually so you still get seasonal changes?
Yes.
And I also have a question. This kind of bridges both section 5 and 6. The PNL frequency between table 6.2 in the PISC and table 5.6 in the testing and monitoring plan kind of could conflict with each other. So table 5.6 states at year 4 and then every 5 years afterwards. Table 6.2 states annually until full CO2 saturation, but that the expectation is that occurs in the operational phase, which at that point you would reduce to a 4-year frequency. So I'm wondering if that annually language was intended to be in table 5.6 and not in table 6.2. I guess I'm just a little bit confused as to what I'm actually looking at because the two tables don't jive.
Yeah. No, yeah, you bring up a good point. I think a rephrasing would be appropriate there. To put that annually in, denote at exactly what year we're expecting that to occur, which is again, would be in section 5.
Okay, I just asked that be provided as a supplemental, if that's going to change. And then on page 6-7, I just want to clarify the intent is for the flow line to be flushed and purged at cessation of injection at the beginning of the PISC period, correct?
Yes.
Those are my only questions on section 5 and 6. I'll pause to make sure that there isn't anyone else that has questions before I move on.
Just to, I guess, expand a little bit on the corrosion and the question that arose there. I believe the language referenced other method approved by the commission was in lieu of doing something with corrosion coupons and not directly with reference to the timing of the requirement. That being said, there's a chance we could approve an extension of that timing or a different frequency of the requirement via a sundry of some kind. We'd want to look at how that jived, as Tammy indicated, with the federal requirement. I believe that also reads quarterly, and if they don't have language there that would allow us to do that, I don't think we would approve the difference on the state side. So just, if we can address that at the facility level moving forward. Your first year you're planning to do quarterly, I'd say continue to do that unless you've received indication otherwise.
Okay.
Just another comment on that. With the one up and running facility to date, the corrosion coupon analysis has identified little to no response whatsoever, is my understanding, in corrosion, almost to the point of below detectable limit. Hence the suggestion that we consider doing something or having a coupon that is measured on a longer time frame to see if in fact that is reasonable. I don't know where the direction of that's going, just a heads up that there might be a need for an adjustment to that.
Understood. Thank you.
Quick question. Sorry, it's out of order. I was trying to find some info. I think it's for you, Adam. There's just being out on the location. There's a dwelling just to the west, or some buildings within that treat area. Can you just explain what those buildings are for and what kind of houses over there?
Yeah, that's not an occupied dwelling, so it's an abandoned farmstead that Falkirk Mine owns, and they use that for storage and laydown area.
Okay. And then, will you be requiring any special certifications for any inspectors coming out to locations? Like anything that out of the ordinary that we don't normally already have?
Can you elaborate on the question so I can
Just,
make sure I address it?
I mean, from being out there, since we're crossing the mine road and we're not actually driving on it, we shouldn't fall under MSHA, but just didn't know if we needed to deal with any of that like we do in some of the other situations, or if the way we've kind of handled it so far is okay.
Yeah, so any inspections or third parties who would be doing work for us on the pad site would not be under OSHA jurisdiction because those locations will be extracted from the PSC's oversight on the mine.
Good.
But certainly we'll have our internal safety training and expectations there.
Yep, good, thanks.
I will jump back in. On section 7, emergency and remedial response plan, what is the radius of impact where human life would be endangered in the event of a release?
Yeah, good question. So we had a third party do an analysis on a sudden catastrophic release on the CO2 flow line. And essentially what we did is we looked at the most unfavorable meteorological conditions, meaning no wind in North Dakota, and kind of normal ambient air temperature, and a catastrophic release, meaning all the CO2 that's liquefied in that line comes into the atmosphere and goes into gas form as opposed to supercritical liquid form. So the OSHA IDLH is 100,000 parts per million, and that's not a chemically based. It's based on the point where CO2 displaces oxygen, so you could become asphyxiated. So those were kind of the parameters that we used to establish the study. The study showed 33 seconds, the entire volume of that line could be released, and that the IDLH range would extend about 570 feet from the center of that pipeline. Concurrently, we did look at a slower leak as well over a longer period of time, so not a sudden catastrophic release, because we weren't sure how this would model out. And so if you took, again, entire volume of the 3-mile flow line and released that over a period of about 10 minutes, it showed an IDLH only out to about 75 feet from the flow line. And I think it's important, maybe to answer the next question, is there's no residences within. I think the closest occupied residence is over a mile away from the flow line. The flow line does go through our plant where our workers are and proximate to the Rainbow plant as well. So if you look at the emergency and remedial response plan, as I'd alluded to earlier, communications of any sort of chemical upset are already built into our programs, and we would continue to do so with this product.
So I just have one other follow-up question. The notification system that would be in place for residents, is that going to be taken care of by you guys, or would that be local responders through you?
Yeah, we've visited with McLean County LECP services, and we're trying to ascertain, they do have a reverse 911 system. But we're, as indicated with the 570-foot evacuation area, we're trying to figure out what's the right way to put that in place, or when and where it might be appropriate. So likely the first notification to the impacted parties would be if there was, again, a catastrophic release proximate to the liquefaction plant in our facility, and then it's our employees that would be getting notified. And that would be done internally.
On page 7.9, section 7.52, staff training and exercise procedures, at what frequency will coordinated training be done with local emergency response teams?
Yeah, so historically, we have the local emergency responders out to the plant at least once a year. And so we're trying to get something on the book, again, if the snow ever disappears this spring, to get them out before the liquefaction plant's up and in operations.
And then section 7.7, on the review and updates, why would you need up to 1 year to send amendments to the Industrial Commission? I guess in past applications, we've seen a 6-month time frame. Would you have any issues being able to send any amendments within a 6-month time frame?
I can't come up with a situation where we couldn't
Okay.
accommodate that.
Tammy, while you're in section 7 here, I just wanted to circle back around that one point early in the testimony. You asked about environmental permits,
Yes.
and those can be found on page 7-1, table 7-1.
Thank you. I'll pause again to make sure that no one else has any questions before I move into well casing and cementing.
I had one last thing I could address, the pipeline. 2,250 PSI at 150 F is what it's rated for, and again, our liquefaction pressure will be about 1,760 PSI.
Could you give me the first number on that again?
2,250.
Thank you. So in section 9, well casing and cementing, there were a handful of cases. So on page 9.1 text, figure 9.1, figure 9.3, table 9.1, table 9.2, and any subsequent wellbore schematics that are also used in section 10 and 11, where I'm noticing some of the depth references don't match up with the completion report in North Star. So my request would be for you to review those and let us know which records are correct, the application or what's in the completion report. So for example, surface casing, set depth, intermediate string depth, TD depth, the conductor size, and then also the tubulars in North Star as well, varied based on what's on the completion report. Basically, if the application's incorrect, we would want supplementals. If the completion report's wrong, then we'll just need the completion report amendment sent in. Not necessarily before an order would be written, but before we approve a Class 6 permit on the MAG 1. We would want that documentation updated. On table 9.1, the NDIC number was not populated. So I would ask that you resend that page with it populated. And then on table 9.6, the MAG 2 casing program, I just want to ask why the reasoning was to use L80 coded for the long string casing from 3,300 to 5,000 instead of Chrome 13.
We are continuing to evaluate what the appropriate materials are for the construction of the MAG 2, and all that information will be included in the permit application to drill.
Okay. For the injection well and storage operations, section 11, what is the average injection rate that you anticipate for the flow line?
Is there a specific section I should be referencing here?
Table 11.1 in section 11.
So, 200,000 tons per year. Let's see. Are you asking about what the capacity of the line is, or what the anticipated injection?
What would be the max annual rate that the line could operate at?
Yeah, it's significantly higher than the 200 to 220 that we've talked about today, but I don't know what the exact figure is.
Okay. On table 11.2, on the third row, shouldn't that be 4,685 feet to 4,725 feet instead of the 4,425 feet?
We can take a look at that.
And on table 11.4, shouldn't the first row be 0 to 5,150 feet to match up with the long string casing depth that's shown in figure 11.2?
It appears so.
And are the logs that are proposed to be ran through the tubing only intended to be ran to the packer top?
Yeah, we've got an expert here, but I can't answer these questions.
Okay, I only ask because I wonder again about the depth there. Right now it's being shown as 4,685, which would be the packer bottom. I would have anticipated that if you were intending to only run to the top of the packer, that those would have been 4,675 feet instead.
Is that something that we can get to you at a later? Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep. And then on the financial assurance and demonstration, section 12, and it looks like, Kevin, you had already answered this, that the well bonds would be surety bond. Is the intent to transfer the existing bond over to Blue Flint Sequester and then increase that bond amount, or send in the new bond and then release the existing one?
Yeah, we went through a merger and acquisition with our company Interface, so likely it'll be a new bond.
Okay. And the Piskin facility closure and emergency and remedial response work will be part of the same third-party insurance, or will it be two different policies?
We've got a insurance agency that's soliciting quotations for us right now, so it could be the same or
Okay.
it could be two different.
At what date do you think you would actually know what that'll entail and what the amount the plan will be for?
Are you talking, we've got indicative quotes now. I would expect in less than a month we'll have it all lined out.
Okay. Could you elaborate a little bit more on the $9 million figure that was given for the emergency response and remedial work, as far as what you're anticipating that plan to cover?
Yes, certainly. And so as we indicate in the permit application, really starting in section 12-12.3.4. What we've done is we've done a literature search to start to identify the costs associated with an emergency response. We described that throughout the application. There's really two approaches that we looked at. They're not apples to apples comparison. This is looking at a Michigan sedimentary basin that's hypothetically injecting over 9 million tons of CO2 a year. There's hundreds of thousands of wells within that area. And so they come up with a high cost storyline and a low cost storyline for those costs. And so what we have done is we've started to dissect those costs and understand what is behind those costs. And then in addition to that, we've taken that and we've applied scaling factors. As I mentioned, this isn't an apples and apples. We applied scaling factors to those costs to this particular project that's proposing to inject approximately 200,000 tons of CO2 a year. And when we do that, we come up with numbers that are very much different. Approximately, when we apply our scaling factors, we come up with about a $4.5 million emergency response demonstration. Now, that said, that includes scenarios where there's CO2 leakage into the atmosphere. It's a find and fix scenario. But there's also a default setting that we have to get at with a well blowout, to be specific. And we estimate those costs to be $9 million. And so we went to the high cost of a well blowout. We determined that that would be the worst case scenario in terms of an emergency event and the highest cost emergency event. And so that's where we came up with the number $9 million. But we did work through different emergency events at this particular site and scale them to the site in terms to try to come up and quantify those costs. But again, we come back to a well blowout scenario, which I think would be consistent with past storage facility permits that have been filed with the commission and approved by the commission.
Would that well blowout case also include the repair or abandonment of the well that the blowout occurred on?
I don't have that number right now. I just have
Not the exact number, just whether or not that the third-party insurance plan, would it also cover costs related to repair of the well bore or proper abandonment of the well bore?
Well, it would cover getting the well under control and then and remediation, but also keep in mind there's also on top of that an instrument to plug the injection wells in addition to that. So I believe we have those costs covered.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Are there any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further in your initial presentation, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
All right. Well,
Actually, sorry, one question. My apologies. On that exhibit 2, I noticed a few of the fields on the acreage lease were highlighted in yellow. Is there any relevance to that? So that was the pore space lease table. It looks like Great River Energy and Blue Flint Ethanol are highlighted in yellow. I was just curious if there was a reason for that.
There's no reason for that that impacts today. It was an internal thing.
Okay, thank you.
anything further from staff? No, All right, seeing none. The time is 2:40 p.m. Why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute break? We will reconvene at 2:50 p.m. All right, we are back on the record in case numbers 29888, 29889, and 29890. The time is 2:53 p.m. Mr. Bender, we finished with your initial case. I will note that the commission did receive a written comment in advance of today. I believe we discussed it. It was from the State Historical Society of North Dakota, William Peterson. I don't know if you had any further comments you wanted to make on it, or...
No, I think I addressed it with the witness, and I assume then you can put it in the record.
Yep, and it's part of the record unless you had...
I don't have any objection.
So that letter will be made a part of the record. I believe that's the only written communication we have. All right. There are a number of individuals present here today who signed up on the sign-up sheet to testify, and we'll now move on to their testimony. So just a note, the purpose of this hearing is to receive testimony relating to the application of Blue Flint Sequester Company, LLC, and motions of the commission in case numbers 29888, 29889, and 29890. This is not a question and answer session. This is not the time and place to pose questions to the members of the commission staff, rather a time to receive testimony. If you have materials to present, please note we will not be accommodating any PowerPoint presentations. You may pass out copies of your slides, and we will make part of the record in this case. In order to ensure that everyone has time to testify, we may be limiting the testimony to 10 minutes. If during your testimony you are near the end of your 10 minutes, you will be alerted to the remainder of the time and asked to sum up your testimony. Parties are asked not to repeat testimony of others. If you agree with testimony that has been previously provided, instead of repeating it, please indicate that you are in agreement with the previous testimony. If you have submitted written testimony in addition to your verbal testimony, it is not necessary to read the written testimony into the record. If you have information in addition to your written testimony to share, please provide the information and limit testimony to your written answers to a summary or highlight information you feel is relevant to those issues. When I call your name from the sign-up sheet, please come forward and sit by the microphone. You will be sworn in. Please state your name, address, and the organization you are representing, if any. Following your testimony, the commission staff will be given an opportunity to ask you questions regarding your testimony. So our first witness on the list here was Stephen Hager. Please come forward. So we'll, again, Mr. Hager, we'll start with your name, address, and organization you represent, if any, and then I'll swear you in.
My name is Stephen Hager. My address is 2896 3rd Street Northwest, Underwood, North Dakota, 58576.
All right, thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Okay. You may proceed with your testimony.
First off, everybody else kind of gave their credentials, so I guess I'm Stephen Hager. Is my family's homestead is that abandoned farmstead right beside Mag 1, and I farm all the way around it. Born and raised in Underwood, graduated Dickinson State, and I guess yeah, the Mag 1, just go through my notes. I'm also, our family farm is also the first one to ever move back onto reclaim land. So we've got a 3-generation history of working with the mine and the power plant, so we're very well aware of everything that's happened and everything that's changed over the years. So so just getting into my testimony, I have a little bit of written testimony and then a few comments I'd like to add to it. My concern today isn't with the project, it's somewhat with how the project is being handled. Currently in section 382207, I do believe. If I do something wrong today, I'm sorry, I've never done this part of it. So with the carbon dioxide underground storage rules, the rule states that the applicant is required to get 60% consent of pore space owners. I believe that the intent of this rule is good, but I believe in this situation it's a little skewed. They talked about 91% consent. Well, as I have in my written testimony, if you go to the actual area, the pore space area, the one not in the outer pore space area, the inner one, the land ownership is owned 64% by the Falkirk mine, roughly. Rainbow Energy, Midwest Ag, they own roughly 26%, which gets you roughly to their 91%, which leaves the 10% to the landowners. Well, that's a bit of an issue for me. Now, I don't have any of my farmland that I own is inside that area. I'm in a notification zone, but we farm quite a bit of land inside that certain little area there. And I just like to know, how we're gonna handle this, because with such a small percentage of the private land ownership in the proposed area, there's really no incentive for the energy industry to work with the private landowners. They can basically do what they want. I just think it's vital for the private landowner to have a voice in this thing. And the formula is, what it is. But how do we get to that is kind of the question. How do we have them help us to go through this process? In closing, and I didn't read the whole thing, but like I said, I'm not against the project. I'm just against how some of the stuff is being handled. If everybody that signed on to the lease is financially going to benefit from this process, and they're all kind of negotiating with themselves, so like I said, what incentive do they have to actually go out and meet with these producers? Now, I have never been presented with a lease, because I'm in the notification zone, so I'm just right on the line of it. But I do have a fair bit of land that's also right on the line too, so I think going forward, this problem will be something that doesn't go away when we look at future projects. Saying that, we've always had a good working relationship with all these groups around here, and they've always been pretty upfront in handling us. And this one here just hasn't. I haven't had anybody from the plant actually personally meet out, and I wasn't present at the public meeting, so maybe that's my fault too. A couple other comments. I would like to know what % of private landowners have actually signed leases, or is it just the corporations that have signed the leases? The other one is these test wells. I'm also the guy that's going to have to farm around all these test wells, and if there could be a little collaboration there on how they place those test wells, that would be great. We got lucky enough to the day they were actually putting them in. We were driving by and we talked to them, and they were just going to kind of put them everywhere. And we kind of said, hey, we can put these things at least in a straight line, because 15 test wells in a 180-acre field is not exactly conductive to production. It's just a lot of stuff to go around. But I understand why they have to be there. The other one is weed control. This Mag 1 platform that they have there it's a mess. Like, there's kochia everywhere. We had kochia blowing out into the field. We're trying to kill noxious weeds basically from this pad site, and it's a problem. So I would like to see, I don't know what the regulatory agency is that handles that, but that's an issue right now. And then the other one too, and I thought a lot about this, and I can answer questions on it too, but when they talked about the Falkirk mine, I believe it to be true where this location isn't going to affect where they're mining coal. But what it is going to affect is bond release, and when the mine goes away someday. Because by all intent, the CO2 well should outlive the Falkirk mine. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. We don't know. But at the end of the day, when they're done mining it, that land is supposed to go back to the public. How is that land going to go back to the public when there's CO2 wells on it? How does that affect the value of the land? How does that affect the bond release of the land? Okay, and I believe that there's a large portion of this thing that is actually under reclaimed land. If you look at that map, all them really big roads, those are all haul roads, and they have to be reclaimed, no different than the open pit mines. The open pit mines are mostly to the south of this, but they're in the area. So that is going to be, it's a big deal, because it's our goal to have that land back in our family someday when the Falkirk mine is gone. And it's a joint goal with the mine. And how are we going to establish to do that if if they're getting that income stream off it from these CO2 wells. So it's just, it kind of muddies the water on some of that stuff, right? Like, so I'd really encourage you guys to reach out to the Falkirk mine and talk to those guys and say, hey, what's your plans with this? What does this do to your bond release? What does this do to how you work with your producers? You know, because I do believe that the current mining operators right now are really pushing for bond release. And we've been through bond release. Like I said, we're the first people to ever have a bond release farmstead and move back onto reclaim land. We have bond release farmland, so we've been through this process, and it's not easy. So I'd encourage to look at that aspect of it as well. Yeah, like I said, land values, stuff like that. In closing, I've got a picture sitting in my office of my farmstead, and the power plant wasn't in the background of it. We've been here for a long time, and our plan is to be here after all this is done. And we just want to find a way to make assurances that we can do that there's going to be a path forward. I'm a strong proponent of working with the mine. I love having the mine and the power plant around, even though we've seen a lot of stuff happen with our farm to where it hasn't been good. Seen a lot of stuff positive. But I love our small town, I love our community, and I know our community is not going to be the same without these operations being there. So I am in support of them. I always have been, and I always will be. We may disagree on days, but we have common goals, and that's how we're moving forward. So with that, if you want to know about what happens above the ground, ask me. But if it's more than 6 feet below the ground, you know, you might want to try somewhere else. You guys kind of went over my head for most of the day there, but it sure was fun listening. So thank you for your thoroughness too.
Thank you, Mr. Hager.
Is there any questions?
So I guess first, Mr. Bender, I guess I'll turn, do you have any questions that you want to pose?
Well, first of all, Mr. Hager, thank you for your testimony. And what I will provide for you is an Exhibit 2 that was offered earlier. That indicates what landowners have signed a lease and which have not. And I have your address, so I'll just drop it in the mail to you so that you have that information on who signed a lease and who did not.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any questions from commission staff?
Mr. Hager, just make of note, you mentioned the weeds and kind of the mess that's there. That was addressed with Midwest Ag at the end of last fall. The stuff was sprayed towards the end of last fall, and then this spring they'll go through and scrape all the mess that's up on top of the berms, and then they'll be required to stay much more on top of it as far as making sure it's sprayed every year to keep the fire hazard down, especially once stuff becomes operational.
Thank you.
Stephen, the location of Mag 1, is that on the mine's land, or is that still under your farm?
Yep. So around 2000, our family, they didn't actually mine through us. They built 2 haul roads, and that's what led to us moving our farmstead. And yes, that it's on the quarter of land that my family home. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's the 3rd generation of our family. It's where my grandpa started farming. So that was back in 1990.
But the family no longer.
No, we don't own. We don't own. The Falkirk mine
to it.
owns that land.
But you're adjacent to it.
No, we farm the land for the Falkirk mine.
Oh, okay.
We're the tenant of the Falkirk mine right there. The land that I own is actually directly on the south side of the power plant, in the notification zone.
In what test wells are you talking about?
So
What are they
directly
used
to the, I'm not 100% sure what they do, but I think they're the groundwater test wells. They're directly to the east of what you call Mag 1, which should be by our old farm. Yeah, they just showed up last year, and that's all on Falkirk mine land, which is another issue too, because I don't know, I haven't seen the lease, so I can't say for sure, but can they put those test wells on any of the lease stuff? That would be a problem too for the surface owners.
I could address that the wells in question have nothing to do with the carbon storage project.
So if you are
Oh, it
still
doesn't?
sworn, you're still sworn in, so. Yeah.
So those wells have to do with projects between the mine and Rainbow Energy, but have nothing to do with our project.
Okay, good enough.
Yeah, thank you.
Are there any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you. We're,
I still have your,
oh, okay.
I have the sign up sheet over here. Oh, for the, any objection to receiving this as an
No,
exhibit?
no objection.
Yeah. The written testimony is received as an exhibit. Moving on, next we have Michael Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Again, start with your name, address, and organization you are representing, if any, and then I'm going to swear you in and we can begin your testimony.
My name is Michael A. Johnson. I live at 8230 Green Meadow Drive, Helena, Montana, 59602.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin your testimony.
Most of you were probably in grade school when the power company came in and put up the power plant known as Falkirk Plant. We own property I still own property to the west of the power plant. We own property where the power plant is residing. They had to use eminent domain to take that property because we wouldn't sell them to them. They lied to us. They did everything they could to come in there and take that property. Now they're trying to do the same thing to me with this gasification, this CO2 pumping. They have tried to buy me out. They made me an offer 2 years ago. A ridiculous offer of $5,000 an acre. I asked them what they wanted it for. Oh, we can't tell you that. So I told them, take your offer and put it where the sun don't shine. They have come back and made me another offer, a ridiculous offer. They still won't tell me what they want the property for. They have sent me a lease to sign, and it states in the lease that if I sign, they'll give me a $500 bonus, $10 an acre. If I don't sign and go through your process, and then I don't get that. They're offering me 50 cents a metric ton for CO2 pumping. The U.S. government gives the corporations $85 a metric ton to pump CO2 underground. If they capture it in air secretion, it's $180 a metric ton. Now, I don't see where they can get $85 a ton, which is coming out of my taxes to pay them, and then they want to pay me back 50 cents. Now, I probably can't stop any of this, but it's the way that they are going about doing this that aggravates me. Now, I'll maybe never move back on my property, or I lease it out, but it's the principle of the way they go about doing this that has made me angry. And that is why I drove 700 miles to be here at this meeting to voice my opinion. There is no incentive for Blue Flint to clean up their act. If you allow them to pump CO2 underground, it's telling them you can produce as much CO2 as you want, as long as you got a place to put it. You're not giving them an incentive to clean up, to produce less CO2. So, there isn't much more I can say, but I hope you all will consider what's being done to the property. Our land has never been sold to the coal company. We own the mineral rights. That's one other thing. If this CO2 is pumped underneath my property, I have the mineral rights. So now, is that CO2 mine? And so in the future, they decide to pump it out for some other purpose. Do I get paid for that? So these are all questions that need to be addressed. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Johnson.
Yep.
Just a couple questions. Mr. Johnson, you used the word "they" a lot. You know, they did this, they did that. I'd like to ask you just a couple questions. When your land was condemned, about 40 years ago, right? That's about when it took place?
70s, 74, something like that.
And the condemnation action was UPA CPA, is that correct?
It was an outfit out of Minnesota.
Yeah.
That's,
Yes.
they came in and sequestered 10 sections of ground for the power plant.
But you're not suggesting here today that that was Blue Flint, that was UPA CPA or some Minnesota company, is that correct?
Well, your plant is right on top of that.
Can you just answer the question, please?
Blue Flint wasn't involved in that at that time because Blue Flint wasn't even thought of at that time.
Didn't exist.
Didn't exist.
Okay. And then you said recently there have been some attempts to buy your property. Were those attempts to buy your property by GRE, Great River Energy?
Hang on for a second, I can. Midwest Ag Energy.
Okay, thank you. And then is that the property you currently own in Section 18?
Yes, I believe that's this section.
Okay, and you own 60 acres in Section 18?
I own 50 acres.
And
there's 160 acres, a quarter, that belongs to our family. It's divided up between my sister, my oldest sister, me, my second sister that passed away, so it's now her kids. And my brother had the homestead itself, and it now he passed away, so it belongs to his kids.
And you're not suggesting, are you, Mr. Johnson, that the company that sent you the request to purchase your property, that they did anything wrong? They just made an offer to buy it, right?
Oh, I'm not saying, no, they ain't doing anything wrong. They're telling me that with the lease that they sent me, that basically you sign it or we're gonna just go ahead and do it anyway?
Like, now you've got me confused. Was it a request to lease that you got 2 years ago, or was it a request to buy your property?
A request to lease.
Okay. No further
That's-
questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions from commission staff?
Michael, you had indicated that you were offered 50 cents a metric ton to inject versus 85 a metric ton that the company will get for their credit, correct?
Correct. $85.
$85 per ton, metric ton. And you don't own 100% of the facility. According to Exhibit 2, you own 1.2%, right?
The facility.
Yeah, of the storage facility participation. You don't own it, but the pore space, you own 1.2%.
I own 50 acres of whatever they're,
So if you.
I'm right in the middle of it.
If you take 50 cents and divide it by that percentage, that's about 40-some dollars. So about half of it, it appears to me, would be going to the pore space owners, about half of their credit.
If you look, like was mentioned earlier, that the landowners have such small percentage that the largest percentage goes back to the coal companies and the power plant, and which Blue Flint apparently has bought this property from the power plant. Now, I'm not saying that Blue Flint was in the wrong in buying the property, but I'm saying that our state was wrong in allowing the company, the power plant in the first place, to come in and use eminent domain for something that they didn't really need. See, I attended all the meetings and fought them. And they came up with their plans, their book, showing where the power plant was going to be, where the cooling towers were going to be and everything.
Mr. Examiner, I've been trying to be patient, but we're getting far afield here. Now we're arguing about whether UPA, CPA had the right of eminent domain 40 years ago. I don't think it's for this commission to make a decision on that.
So I guess, yeah, if we could keep it within
Okay.
this application.
Well, okay then, but the Blue Flint is trying to do the same thing to me. They're trying to use, you either sign or we'll just do it, which is a basic eminent domain without putting it in that words. Any more?
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, thank you
Okay.
again for your testimony,
Thank
Mr. Johnson. The last name we have on here is Margot Johnson.
I have knee issues, so I have to have a solid chair.
As you need, yeah. So, again, we're going, please state your name, address, and organization representing, if any, and then I'll swear you in.
Okay. My name is Margot Johnson. My address is 2100 Nagel Drive here in Bismarck, North Dakota. And I am a North Dakota resident. That is my occupation.
Thank you. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed with your testimony.
Obviously, I think that my brother has said pretty much a lot of what I was going to say. I am born, bred, raised a North Dakotan. I jokingly told my husband when he ran across me, he asked me if I would live anywhere else. And I said, this is North Dakota dirt running through these veins. I don't plan on living anywhere else. This is where I will die. I do not particularly own land across from the power plant. But let me tell you, I picked a few rocks and worked a few fields on that section of land. I believe that we need to carbon capture. I have no issues with carbon capture. What I have an issue with is the companies that aren't reducing their carbon footprint. And so when we allow these companies to come in here, continue their same practices, and say, well, you know, we're improving the environment by taking this carbon out of the air and injecting it underground. That may work for the air, but do we honestly know the results that carbon will have when we stick it underground? What the effects of it will be? You know, it's kind of like the fracking out in the Williston Basin area. Oh, it's not going to create a problem. And then they're having little earthquake tremors and stuff. You know, we don't know. These people don't know what's going to happen to the soil. You can have all the models that you want. You can pull up all the software that you want. My father once told me the person that inputs the information into the computer is no smarter than the computer. The information is put into the computer by a human. So it's followable. And so they can say, well, this is the way it's going to be, and this is the results that it's going to be, and this is the results that... Can you prove it? Have you had a 40-year study of carbon capture? Well, we're using models, and we never injected carbon into the ground, you know, but we injected other stuff. Well, you know, it's a personal issue to me. This is my North Dakota. It's not for sale. Everything is about the almighty buck. But it's not. It's not. Because I'm guessing when you go through those pearly gates, that little green bag of money is not going to be going with you. And so you can sell all of our land. You can wreak all of our land. You can wreak our air. Obviously, we've been doing it. Look at this is why we're here today. It's because we've made a mess. We've made our own mess. We put our own carbon in the air. We've allowed Blue Flint to come in and put 200,000 tons of carbon into our North Dakota air. We've allowed it to happen for how many years? And now we're going, oh, well, you know, gosh, this is kind of a problem. You know, maybe we should do something about it. And so we're going to say, well, you know, you're going to take this carbon and you're going to put it underground. Oh, and that's wonderful because then we don't have it in the air, right? But what's stopping them from the 200,000? What are we telling them that we're saying, well, this year it's 200,000. Next year it has to be 150,000. The year after that it has to be 100,000. You guys want the technology? Well, figure it out. Figure it out. All we're doing is just creating more problems. We've got to make someone accountable. We've got to make someone stop. We've got to quit allowing these companies, whether it's Exxon or any of the companies that have the big bucks. It comes down to big bucks. And so, you know what? I'm not going to be alive to see any of this, but I have grandchildren. And I will hopefully have great-grandchildren. And I want to at least go to my grave saying, I tried. I stood up and said, stop. That's my 2 cents. Sorry.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Bender, questions? Any questions from commission staff? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thank you again for your testimony. I believe that was the final testimony we had on the list. Was there anyone else that was intending on testifying today? Seeing none, I guess, any response, Mr. Bender in general, or?
No response.
All right, then I guess we should probably move on to supplements.
Yes.
So, there is quite a few.
Yeah.
A timeline.
Who's been taking, you got a copy or not been writing them all down? You can come on.
I guess, what kind of timeline are we
Well,
looking at here?
if we're just talking in terms of timeline, we discussed this briefly at a break, and we're thinking that April 11th, 2023 would be sufficient amount of time for us to get the supplements that the staff has requested. Obviously, if we can put things together quickly, we will supply to the commission more quickly. I guess I would add to this. This wasn't requested as a supplement, but I will offer. I know there were some questions and concerns about the delivery of mail to a Bradley Schaefer. I commented, but obviously what I say isn't testimony. I'm happy to have somebody put together an affidavit, so that's in the record. If you'd like that in addition to all the supplements, I'm happy to do that.
Sure, please do.
Okay, and I think that's all we have. My guess is we'll be working with staff in terms of making sure that we get everything they've requested, and if things go like they've gone in the past, there'll probably be a few more requests, which we will be happy to respond to.
Then the record will remain open until April 11th, 2023 for supplements.
I did have somebody inquire when an order would be signed, and just so everybody knows, April 25th is the next commission meeting where an order could be disposed of in this case. We're not going to make that with all the supplements coming in that late. Likely it's going to be May 25th, but there's no guarantee that we will sign an order on that day either. Sometimes the commission meeting moves around, and sometimes we need more information that would put it into June, but that gives you a time frame anyway.
Thank you for that.
Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
All right, then that will conclude the hearing in case numbers 29888, 29889, and 29890. Thank you, everyone.